Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry changed the fate of the wizarding world forever. Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter uncovered hidden truths and made choices that reshaped the future of magic and the entire wizarding world? Discover how one decision could alter destiny forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Pain. Unbearable, excruciating pain. Darkness. Where was he? Why was it so dark? What happened? Damien groaned as he came to, shifting slightly under the sterile sheets of the hospital wing's bed. Big mistake. The moment he made movement, his whole body was attacked by another fresh wave of pain. He bit his lip to suppress the pain, and in moments, it started to bleed. He whimpered softly, letting go of his now bloodied lip and no longer having a thing to focus his pain on. He felt a cool palm settle against his feverish forehead, and he heard the indistinct sound of murmuring. He couldn't make out the words. The owner of the hand seemed to be rather displeased by the heat from his forehead, and she suddenly jerked back. Damien could dimly make out voices, yelling loudly at one another, threateningly. Was it because of him? Had he done something wrong? The angry voices seemed to only get louder, and Damien found himself shaking in terror as they grew more vicious. Someone clamped their hand on his shoulder roughly, causing him to cry out sharply in pain. Blissful silence met his ears, and the shouting started up again. Damien lay there, shaking in pain as he felt a more gentle person pouring a disgusting potion down his throat as they murmured soft, comforting words to him. He choked but didn't resist. All he wanted to do was fall back into a blissful, pain-free sleep. He yawned widely before allowing himself to sink back into the gentle lull of unconsciousness once again. Damien awoke feeling much better, the unbearable pain now reduced to an annoying ache as he sat up, wincing slightly as his vision swam and his head pounded. He felt a warm hand settle on his shoulder, and he looked up to see his father, sitting in a chair beside his bed. Damien eyed the man with shock. He had never seen the man look so disheveled. His father looked as if he had been up all night. He had bags under his bloodshot eyes, and his skin was paler than usual. His hair, usually limp with grease from potions, was on end, sticking out in every direction, reminding Damien strongly of his previous hairstyle. "Lay back down, Damien," his father said with surprising gentleness. Damien groaned slightly as he felt his vision blur again, and he swayed slightly. He gladly allowed the hand on his shoulder to coax him back to the soft comfort of the pillows. Damien swallowed, suddenly feeling very nauseous. "How do you feel?" the man asked him softly. Damien swallowed again and opened his mouth to tell the man that he wasn't feeling that good, but all that came out was a raspy croak. He was suddenly very thirsty. "Water," he managed to whisper pleadingly to his father. Severus looked at him sadly and shook his head. "I cannot give you anything yet, not until the poison is toned down a bit." Damien looked at him with a tortured look as he shifted slightly. His head was spinning. He might not have been in a lot of pain, but he felt horribly sick. "Get some rest, Damien," his father said, pulling the blanket up over Damien. Damien shook his head vigorously. "Hot," he croaked hoarsely. Severus continued to pull the blanket up to Damien's chin. "You need to stay warm, Damien. You may think that you are hot, but that is only because of your fever and you." The man broke off as Damien suddenly tore off the blankets, turned and retched over the side of the bed, which was luckily the opposite side of Severus. Damien whimpered slightly as he felt his head began to pound even more due to the sudden movement. He turned back toward his father, shivering despite him feeling hot. Severus made his way around the bed and with a wave of his wand, got rid of the mess. He disappeared for a moment, only to reappear with a basin of water, a washcloth, and a green, murky-looking potion. Damien groaned again as he sat up to take the potion. Severus poured the sticky goop into his son's mouth with a grimace of pity. The boy choked but swallowed, pulling a disgusted face. He lay back down, and Severus wet the cloth with the cool water in the basin and gently placed it on Damien's forehead. The boy seemed to breathe a sigh of comfort, and Severus smiled. "Better?" he asked quietly. At Damien's nod, Severus murmured, "Now try to get some rest," before the boy fell asleep, being protectively watched over by his father. Hermione Granger was a good girl. She was a Gryffindor prefect, got top grades in all of her classes, and had gotten the highest owl in her year. Most of the teachers adored her because of her kindness and because of her hard dedication to school work. Not only that, but she was also a part of the infamous Golden Trio. She was the genius, the one who came up with all of the ideas, the one who always figured out things first, and the one who always looked out for her friends and stayed completely loyal to them no matter what, even if it meant being a bad girl and breaking the rules every once in a while. That's why, at 11 in the evening the same day of the Quidditch match, she and her two friends snuck up to the hospital wing to visit another friend, who had almost been killed that day. Hermione glanced at the Marauder's map with determination as she pulled the invisibility cloak around her, Ron, and Ginny tighter. She was determined to see Damien tonight, and nothing, not even a teacher, was going to stop her from seeing her friend. The only others that shared the same determination were the two beside her. Ginny had been crying all evening while Ron had been cursing Snape for not letting them in the hospital wing to see their best friend. Hermione knew that Snape was only looking out for the well-being of his son, but she couldn't help but feel some sort of anger toward the man. It surprised her, though, how much her usually cold and uncaring professor cared so much about his son, whom he used to hate with a passion. She remembered with a slight smile what had happened after Damien had fallen after the Quidditch match. Flashback #. Hermione sighed as Damien caught the snitch and couldn't help but smile in amusement. Of course Damien would catch the snitch first, he was a born flyer. She briefly wondered if Professor Snape could fly well and if Damien had inherited his wonderful flying from him. She couldn't help but giggle at the thought of Professor Snape, his black robes billowing menacingly behind him as he soared on a broomstick, arm extended, a sneer on his face as he caught the golden ball. She would have laughed aloud if she hadn't been around her housemates, who were all groaning because of their lose. Hermione stood and started down the stands to wait for her boyfriend and her two friends to get back from the locker room. She briefly glanced up at the said friends, who were still on their broomsticks, and rolled her brown eyes. What was so good about Quidditch anyway? Shaking her head, her brown hair blowing in her face annoyingly, she stepped down the last stand and onto the ground when she heard a collective gasp of alarm followed by several screams. Hermione whirled around to see something that made her heart stop. Damien was falling from what looked like about 200 feet up. Ginny was souring after him on her broomstick. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Dumbledore shoot a spell at Damien, which made him slow down slightly. Ginny had almost reached him, but Hermione knew she wouldn't reach him in time. Another scream reached her ears as Damien made contact with the ground, a loud crack, echoing over the Quidditch pitch. It took her a couple moments to realize that she was the one who was screaming. Without a second thought, she dashed to the pitch, seeing Ginny and Ron flying over to him in panic. As she reached him, a dark figure ran up to the unconscious boy. It was Professor Snape, and Hermione briefly wondered how the man had gotten to the pitch so fast when the teacher's stands were one of the highest stands. The whole Slytherin team, along with Hermione, Ron, and Ginny, crowded around the boy and his father. Hermione had never seen Professor Snape like this. He looked horror-struck, his pale hands, paler than normal, were shaking as he gently turned over Damien. Hermione felt tears welling up in her eyes, and beside her, Ginny burst into tears. Damien was sporting a large bruise on his left cheek. His head was bleeding profusely from a rather large gash in his forehead. His arm was twisted a completely wrong way, and Hermione felt her own arm ache as she saw it. The boy looked so very pale, a slight grayish tint to his skin. He was breathing so shallow. He groaned slightly as he shifted, his eyes fluttering open. He hissed in pain as he tried to sit up and immediately collapsed back into unconsciousness. Professor Snape gathered the boy into his arms, cradling him to his chest. Hermione all but fell over as she saw the man's eyes glittering oddly. Were those tears? She glanced over at Ron and Ginny. The latter was crying too hard to notice, and Ron was gawking openly at the man. "Out of the way, move," Snape snapped to all of them, though his voice sounded weaker than usual. They all obediently moved out of the man's way as he hurried up to the hospital wing with his precious load. Hermione exchanged glances with her boyfriend. Ron now looked rather pale instead of shocked. The two helped Ginny up as they made their way to the hospital wing to see their wounded friend. Hash 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 and flashback hash 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 hash. Hermione continued to smile slightly as the three made their way through the portrait and down the corridor. Where did you get Damien's invisibility cloak and map from, anyway? Ron whispered to her as they started down the staircase and made their way through another dark corridor. He let me borrow it a while ago, Ginny answered for Hermione as they reached the entrance to the hospital wing. They quietly crept into the dark room and made their way over to the only occupied bed. Hermione glanced around briefly before taking off the cloak. The three gathered around their friend's bed and gazed at his pale face in concern and sadness. Ginny reached out and tucked an errant strand of raven hair behind his ear as she reached out to hold his hand almost cautiously, as if she was afraid she would break him. He looks so frail and vulnerable, she whispered sadly as she gazed at the boy's pale face. Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement. Damien did look very different. He looked so helpless, a far cry from the brave and sometimes defiant boy they were so used to seeing. They had never seen him look like this, and it was an almost chilling sight to see the person who you looked up to as a leader so helpless and fragile. The three sat there for who knows how long simply staring at their friend, neither one worrying about teachers seeing them, which proved to be a big mistake. And what, may I ask, are three insufferable Gryffindors such as yourselves doing here at almost midnight on a Saturday? A silky voice snapped to them coldly. The three jumped and turned around quickly to see Professor Snape sitting in a chair in the corner closest to Damien's bed, his arms crossed and a sneer on his face. Hermione squeaked, paling as she thought of the horrible consequences that awaited them. Ron gulped audibly and moved over to Hermione as if to protect her from their professor. Ginny, however, remained where she was as she stared back at him unflinchingly. We came to visit Damien, sir, the redhead told the menacing professor bluntly. We wanted to see if he was all right ourselves, since we didn't get to see him today. Snape arched an eyebrow at the girl. Ron blinked and hissed quietly, Ginny, shut up. Afraid that I will use you and your friends for a potion's ingredient, Mr. Weasley. The professor's tone was mocking as his mouth curled into a smirk. Gryffindor foolishness is hereditary, I suppose. Please, sir, we just wanted to see Damien, Hermione began, but Severus cut her off. Damien is unwell, as you idiots can clearly see. You were told that the fourth time you asked if you could see him, or did you not listen? Snape hissed. Wouldn't be the first time, he mumbled, and Hermione turned a lovely shade of pink. His mouth curled back into a sneer as he continued when neither teenager spoke up. Seeing as how you Gryffindors have a certain disregard for the rules, I will see to it that your punishment is quite harsh. He tapped his chin in thought. I suppose I'll just have to start with taking 50 points from Gryffindor each. Snape smirked as he saw the youngest male Weasley gawk. Now I suppose a couple weeks of detention will do, with me and Filch, yes, that will do nicely. He drawled with certain coolness in his voice. Dad, don't, please, a weak whisper sounded from the bed. Severus blinked and almost immediately jumped into action as he hurried to get the same murky potion, a basin of water, and a rag once again. Damien, Ginny squealed, practically throwing herself on him. Hermione and Ron immediately followed in suit. Damien choked, gagging slightly at the weight that had just been thrown on his stomach. What do you think you are doing? Get off of him, you want him to retch on you. Snape all but yelled as he hurried to his son's side. The three immediately jumped off from Damien as Severus began to start the procedure that he'd already done several times that day. He helped Damien sit up and gently tilted his son's head up to pour the goopy mess into the boy's mouth. The boy choked, nearly gagging again. Severus then wet the cloth and put it on the boy's forehead, holding it steady. Can I please have some water? Damien beeped, his emerald eyes looking pleadingly at his father. You may try some water tomorrow if you think you can keep it down, Severus said softly to Damien. Ron was again gaping open-mouthed at Snape. Close your mouth, Mr. Weasley, it's not entirely becoming. Snape growled in annoyance to the boy, who immediately shut his mouth with a snap. How are you feeling, Damien? Ginny asked gently as she took his hand in hers. He smiled at the red-headed girl charmingly. Like I swallowed acid, he managed, obviously unable to speak muck. That must suck, Ron said bluntly, and Hermione smacked him on the back of his head. Ow. What did I do? Damien smiled at his friend's immature antics and Ginny sighed overdramatically. As much as I hate to break this little reunion up, Severus decided to speak up sarcastically. Damien needs his rest if he is to make a full recovery. The potion you ingested was a rather strong and rare one. His mouth curled into a sneer. Whomever slipped the potion into your food or drink stole the ingredients for it from my personal store. Who was it? Ron asked and Ginny rolled her eyes. We don't know, you idiot, she huffed. But rest assured, Mr. Weasley, Severus said, making Ron's eyes snap back to him. If I ever find out who did do it, then they will have detention until they graduate with Mr. Filch, not to mention that their house will not be any competition for quite a while for the House Cup. It was probably a Slytherin, Ron declared suddenly, and Damien resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Do you always jump to us whenever it comes to poisoning people? Even if it is one of our own? A voice said, and Ginny, Ron, and Hermione jumped as Draco Malfoy walked into the hospital wing, his arms folded. Are you all right, Damien? The buddy asked, his voice guarded as he eyed the pale boy in front of him. Damien shrugged nonchalantly. I've had worse injuries, it's just the sickness that kills me. He took a deep breath after saying all of that, and Draco snorted. Not so high and mighty now, are you? He said in a mock sardonic voice. Damien merely grinned sheepishly. Severus cleared his throat. I thought I told you three to get back to your dormitories. No. You told them that I needed my rest. Damien smirked cheekily, and his father gave him a look as if to say, don't push it. You seem to be getting stronger already, Damien. Hermione said brightly. You're talking a lot more clearly. Damien snorted. That's only because I haven't retched for a good couple hours. He paled at the thought and groaned. Severus huffed. All right, everyone out. It's midnight and he needs his rest if he is going to be coming back to classes anytime soon. He snapped. See you, Damien, Hermione said as she hugged. Ron nodded. Yeah, see you soon, mate. I hope. Bye, Damien, Ginny told him, hugging him also and kissing him on the cheek. Draco nodded also, and the four left. Severus sighed and sat down in a now empty chair. Get some rest, Damien, he told his son quietly. Damien nodded and yawned widely before sinking back into the covers gratefully, hopeful for a decent night's sleep. He started when Severus suddenly sat up and peered at him curiously, with an arched eyebrow, before exclaiming. And since when has Draco Malfoy gotten along with Granger and the two Weasleys? Damien didn't quite remember what happened during the next couple of days. It all seemed like a blur, a rather painful blur, and everything seemed to be going far too fast for Damien's comatose brain to comprehend. He could no longer keep track of the days and nights. The only morning he remembered was the morning after his midnight visit from Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Draco. He had drunk some water, too thirsty to even pay the least bit of attention to his turning stomach. Big mistake. Let's just say the water didn't stay down. It seemed to make Damien's healing process slow down. The only thing that Damien could really keep track of was waking up, drinking the murky potion his father gave to him, and feeling the wet cloth that was placed on his forehead, before he would slip back into unconsciousness once again, only to wake up what seemed like minutes afterward, retching all over the place. His father had told him, when he had had trouble falling back to sleep, that the potion he was giving him was intentionally making him throw up so he could get the poison out of his system. Damien wasn't pleased at all. The worst part was that his father had said that it could take up to a week and a half to get the poison out of his system. So the last couple of days had seemed like just a pain-filled whirlwind for Damien. He constantly felt dizzy, hungry, thirsty, hot, and nauseous, which was, by far, the worst feeling in the world. The only thing that Damien could really remember was his father. The man was always there when he woke, to personally give him the potion and to personally apply the cloth to his forehead. He was always there when Damien woke, and was always there to soothe him after he had been violently sick. So this is what it felt like to have a parent, to be loved. Oi, mate. Damien nearly toppled out of bed. He looked up to see Ron, looking at him uneasily. What is it? Damien hissed quietly, feeling quite lightheaded. He shook his head to clear it and glanced around the dark infirmary. Where's my dad? He's never not been here before. Ron looked slightly uncomfortable as the redhead nodded toward a curtained-off bed beside Damien's. Damien's eyes widened as realization hit him. What happened to him? Is he okay? Ron frowned and shrugged. Not sure, but Dumbledore told me to wake you up. He's coming down to explain everything in a couple minutes. Actually, Mr. Weasley, he is already here, said a quiet voice, and the two boys turned to see Dumbledore, gliding over toward them. Thank you for waking up Damien, but if you would be so kind as to excuse us, Mr. Weasley, I would very much appreciate it. Ron nodded and glanced at Damien uneasily before he walked out of the hospital wing, shutting the door quietly behind him. Damien looked expectantly at his headmaster. What happened to Dad? He asked nervously, dreading the answer. Is he going to be all right? Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking 10 years older. Severus will be fine after a couple days' rest, the old man said. Do you know what the date is, Damien? Damien furrowed his brow in concentration. No. I've lost track. Dumbledore nodded, quite understandable considering your current condition. It is December the 3rd, Mr. Snape. Dumbledore paused and looked at Damien. Do you know what was supposed to happen at the beginning of December? The Slytherin blinked in confusion before his mind clicked. I was supposed to be marked in the first Death Eaters meeting. He trailed off and his eyes widened. Don't tell me that there was a meeting last night. He almost begged. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. I'm afraid so, my boy, and your father couldn't and wouldn't bring you because of you being sick. So Voldemort punished him, didn't he? Damien began to panic. So Voldemort knows that Dad is a spy. Dumbledore shook his head. No, we got lucky at that part. The young Mr. Malfoy covered for Severus by telling Tom that you were ill, so Severus was spared. Damien breathed a sigh of relief before he shot up. Draco's marked now, isn't he? He whispered in fear. Dumbledore once again nodded solemnly. He is. Draco was very lucky that Tom wasn't in a bad mood, or else I dare say that he would have came to us in the same condition as Severus. Damien swallowed and glanced at the bed beside him. Can I see him, sir? Damien, though you are very close to recovery, you are still unwell, and Severus would probably have a fit if you were to risk that by getting out of bed to see him. Dumbledore told the boy. But I have to see him. Damien exclaimed. I have to see if he's okay. I don't want to lose 3 fathers. Dumbledore felt his heart crumble as he looked at Damien's face. The boy looked absolutely forlorn. I'm sure he will be well enough to get up and see you tomorrow. Damien, that post-cruciatus curse potion really can do wonders. The old man smiled at Damien and took something off the bedside table. It was the murky potion and the damp cloth. Cheers, he said in an amused voice as he handed Damien the potion. The boy sneered at him before downing the potion, pulling a disgusted face. He laid back down and Dumbledore gently applied the damp cloth to his forehead. Get some rest or your father will eradicate me. The man smiled and the boy sank back into the pillows. The door shut softly as the headmaster left and Damien yawned widely, turning to look at his father's bed with apprehension. Get well soon, Dad. I need you, he whispered forlornly. He woke up a couple hours later. There was just a bit of light rising over the horizon, informing Damien that it was about 6 or 7 in the morning. But at the time, Damien didn't really care about the time. His stomach was turning, he felt queasy, and he was burning up. He opened his mouth to call for his father, only to remember that the man was unconscious, in the bed next to him, so he tried to call for Madame Pomfrey. His stomach protested immediately and Damien turned over the side of the bed, retching all over the floor, again. He groaned, his head was on fire. He felt clammy, shivers coursing through him despite the scorching heat he was feeling. His head was pounding, his throat sore and scratchy from just recently being sick. He rolled over onto his back, wrapping his arms around himself as he lay there, shivering miserably and whimpering involuntarily. He tried opening his eyes only for his head to explode in pain, blurring his vision horribly and making him unwilling clamp his eyes shut once again. He jumped slightly when he felt a hand on his forehead. Lay still, Damien. I'll get you a cooling cloth. You're too warm. The voice sounded weak and raspy, though Damien recognized it immediately. Dad, he asked feebly. Hush, his father told him, sounding as if he were pushing something heavy. A moment later Damien felt a damp, cool cloth being placed on his forehead. He had never felt anything so soothing before and he let out a relieved sigh. Dad, you shouldn't be out of bed, you're injured, he said quietly. That's my business, Damien, his father told him softly. The poison is almost completely out of your system, only about another day or two and you should be fine. He seemed to pause once every couple seconds to catch his breath. What about you? Are you okay? Damien asked in concern. Yes, I'll be all right. Severus didn't really seem to care about his own health as he continued to keep his hand on Damien's forehead. Damien frowned. He still wants me marked, doesn't he? He asked quietly. Severus nodded, also frowning. Is Draco okay? Damien asked. Severus sighed. He's fine, marked, but fine. When am I to be marked? Damien whispered, dreading the answer. Next Death Eater meeting, his father responded with surprising iciness. Which will be rather sooner than later. He's planning an attack. Where? Damien shivered slightly at the thought of being one of the Death Eaters in the attack. Not quite sure yet. Somewhere close to Hogwarts. I think Hogsmeade. Damien's eyes widened and a sense of dread washed over him as he realized that this was actually happening. It wasn't some game that you could just start over again if you failed. Of course he had always known that the war was happening and was real, and he had always known that it was going to be a cruel and lethal war, no doubt, but he just never knew how cruel it was going to be until he realized that it could be possible that Voldemort would attack somewhere so close to Hogwarts, so close to his friends and the ones that he loved. He felt a hand on his shoulder and finally opened his eyes to see his father sitting on the floor next to the bed. That really can't be good for your injuries, he told the man. Severus shrugged and remained on the floor. I'll be all right. Unfortunately, Severus was correct about the Death Eater meeting, and only 2 days after Damien had been released from the hospital wing, Severus came hurrying into the snake pit, clutching his left forearm. He and Draco had been playing wizard's chess when the man came hurrying in. It's time to go, he said quickly, glancing around at the other Slytherins cautiously. He nodded to Draco. Hey, good luck, and be careful. Draco murmured quietly, his light blue eyes filled with unease. Damien nodded soberly to him. If you happen to see Ginny or Hermione or Ron, don't worry, I'll let them know where you are. Draco reassured him. And tell them not to worry. Damien added quickly as he stood up to put his cloak on. Draco merely nodded. Damien followed his father out of the snake pit and up into the entrance hall. It was around 9 at night, past curfew, so the only ones who were up were teachers and prefects. Severus slipped mask on and looked at his son. Are you sure you want to do this? You can still back out. I don't have to be a spy. Yes you do, Damien exclaimed quietly. Draco needs you now and you're not going to get tortured on my behalf. He told his father. Severus eyed him wearily as they made their way out onto the grounds. I really don't want you to do this, he whispered to him, letting his emotions show for once. I would rather die than see you wear his mark. But I wouldn't rather you die. Damien cried out desperately. I don't want you to die. I've already lost my stepfather and my godfather. I don't want to lose my father too. He sounded downright miserable and Severus put an arm around him. And I don't want to lose you. Damien said nothing as he stared straight ahead. Severus suddenly stopped and plucked something out of his pocket before handing it to Damien. It was a bright green potion, glowing slightly in its small vial. Drink it, his father told him. What does it do? Damien asked as he took it into his hands. The potion felt warm and almost soothing in his gloved hands. I've been working on it for a couple months now, Severus told him. It's supposed to break the connection you have with Voldemort for a couple hours. Damien stared at his father. That's brilliant, he exclaimed. I'd almost forgotten, and my cover would definitely have been blown. He stared at Severus with esteem. He knew his father was a good potions master, but this was absolutely genius, and to Damien it was a lifesaver. He quickly downed the glowing emerald potion and felt warmth spread through his body. They walked past the anti-apparition wards and Severus pulled out a quill. He tapped it once with his wand and threw his arm around Damien again. "Hold on." Damien grabbed one end of the quill and felt the tug behind his navel before a rush of color and sound surrounded them both. Damien felt a rush of trepidation as they both landed just outside the Riddle house and they both walked in. Severus still had an arm around Damien and the man tightened his hold briefly before he took his arm off. Damien all of a sudden felt as if he were completely and utterly alone now, without the warm arm draped around his shoulders that had given him some sense of comfort and reassurance. He quickly occluded his mind as they walked in the meeting room. They were the only ones, was the first thing that Damien noticed as he glanced around the room. "Ah, Severus," he heard a raspy hiss from the chair in front of them, which was turned so they couldn't see Voldemort. "Your son comes at last." Damien felt a shiver go down his spine as the chair turned and Lord Voldemort stared at him through slanted red eyes. Unlike the last time Damien had met Voldemort, the man actually looked a little bit human. He had a new body, not the reptilian one that he had obtained at the end of Damien's 4th year, but instead his body looked like an older version of Tom Riddle. His skin was still as pale as ever and he had raven black hair that looked a bit like Harry Potter's had. His face was human enough, besides the rather unusual pale skin and red eyes. But even if Voldemort did look human now, he would always be a monster. Severus bent down to his knees and kissed the hem of Voldemort's robes. "My lord." Damien heard his father murmur humbly. Damien stayed where he was, bowing his head respectfully to the monster, avoiding eye contact. "Damien S.'s Snape," the Dark Lord hissed. "I have heard great things about you from your dear father here, and I expect great things from you." Voldemort paused to look at him up and down as if sizing Damien up. "You have a lot of potential. I can tell. You will prove to be a valuable asset to me, but are you loyal?" Damien took a deep breath silently as he stepped up to the Dark Lord and fell to one knee in front of the monster, his head bowed low. "I live to serve you, my lord." His voice remained emotionless, his eyes averted to the floor. "You say this as if you have always been in my service, yet you only learned about me a couple months ago, when you were first moved to England." The raspy voice sounded slightly suspicious. "Tell me, Damien Snape, you lived with Muggles your whole life and yet you pledge your loyalty to Wizard SSS and witches who slaughter them. Makes me wonder if you were told what to say and do." Damien winced inwardly. He heard his father shift slightly from his place beside Voldemort. "I pledge my loyalty to you, my lord, not only because it was Muggles who killed my mother but also because I want power. And I was told that I could seek power from you, my lord," he said quietly and what he hoped sounded sincere. He heard his father inhale sharply as silence met his ears. Damien kept his gaze on the ground, his hands clasped tightly behind his back as he hoped and prayed with every cell of his being that the Dark Lord would believe him. Then suddenly Voldemort started to laugh, quietly at first before it got louder and Damien shivered slightly. "Well, young Snape," Voldemort said once he had regained his composure, "I must say that you have got guts, and I like that in my Death Eaters. Most of my most loyal Death Eaters can't even speak their mind because they are too afraid." Damien could feel the Dark Lord's gaze burning into him. "Oh yes, you will be most valuable to me indeed, Damien Snape." Voldemort hissed. "Come here, Damien," the monster commanded him. Damien stood up gracefully and walked over to Voldemort, who had one hand outstretched. "Give me your left arm." Damien swallowed. There was no turning back now. He chanced a glance at his father, but he couldn't see the man's face of course. He extended his left arm and Voldemort grabbed it tightly, yanking up his sleeve to reveal the boy's pale, unmarked forearm. He touched Damien's forearm with his pointer and middle finger and murmured softly, "Mordsmordre." Damien suddenly felt as if someone had put the cruciatus on him but the pain all went to his forearm. It felt as if hot needles were piercing into his flesh followed by something traveling through him that felt akin to liquid fire. He bit his lip to suppress the scream welling up in his throat and squeezed his eyes tightly shut to hold back the tears. He knew Voldemort would not like it if he were to start tearing up. And finally, It was over and Damien felt the Dark Lord release his arm as he stumbled back slightly, clutching it tightly with his own hand. He could feel fresh blood pouring out of the gash. He clenched his teeth and willed himself to proceed as he looked up at his father and his new master. His father had stayed by Voldemort's side even though he was shifting slightly, as if he were itching to run over to Damien and hold him. The Dark Lord smirked maliciously and said, "You are to serve me and only me until the day you die, Damien Snape. If you betray or disobey me in any way, then you will be not only tortured but butchered as well, understand?" Voldemort snapped, his raspy hisses long gone as he spoke hard and cold to Damien. Damien slowly nodded, feeling fear rise up in him as he thought, "What have I done?" He swallowed and quickly reassured himself that this was saving his father's life as well as others and he was willing to pay any price for that. "Good." The monster smirked and whipped out his wand. Crucio. Damien fell to his knees as the searing pain ripped through his young, unbroken body. He only hoped that he would stay that way before the war was over. The pain seemed so much more painful than when he had been in the graveyard almost 2 years ago. Voldemort held it much longer and finally he lifted the curse and Damien fell to the ground unceremoniously. Voldemort sneered and spat to Severus, "Teach him manners or I will." Before he dismissed them and marched out of the room. As soon as the hem of Voldemort's robe whipped out of sight, Severus dropped down on his knees beside Damien and gathered the boy up in his arms. "Damien, Damien, are you all right? Can you hear me?" the man whispered desperately as he shook Damien gently. The boy groaned and shifted slightly, hissing in pain as he tried to sit up. "Don't move," Severus told him softly. "We'll get you back to the hospital wing and get you some post-cruciatus potion, just hold on." Damien nodded slowly but stopped as his head pounded. His arm was still bleeding freely and Severus tore off a piece of his Death Eater robe to wrap the arm around him tightly. Tenderly, as if he were holding glass, Severus picked Damien up and held the boy against him as he gently brushed some hair out of the boy's face absent-mindedly. He hurried out of the Riddle house and took out the portkey, activating it immediately and instantly disappearing with a rush of color. "Poppy!" Severus bellowed as he hurried into the hospital wing, taking no notice to Pansy, who had taken a bludger to the head during Quidditch practice. The nurse came bustling out. "Severus, what in the name of, oh my?" She immediately switched into nurse mode as she hurried over to Severus to help him. "Here, let's put him on the bed right over there. Be careful with him." Pansy sat up on her bed and looked at her head of the house as they surrounded someone that she couldn't see frantically. She listened to the hysterical conversation. "Get the post-cruciatus potion, it's in the cupboard over there. We need to dress his arm, it won't stop bleeding. He's convulsing, we need to calm him down. It wasn't bleeding this much when I got marked. Get the calming potion too. Damien, you need to calm down, son." Pansy's eyes widened in shock. That was Damien. Well, she knew he was getting marked. Draco had gotten marked a couple days ago and he had told her that he was. Was he okay? Why would he be convulsing? Why did he need a calming potion? "Did you speak to the headmaster?" Poppy asked Severus as she uncorked the post-cruciatus potion. Severus shook his head. "Come on, Damien," the potion's master said warmly. "You need to drink these potions, you'll feel better after you do." Damien groaned in response and Severus helped his son sit up as Poppy carefully poured the first potion into the boy's mouth. He choked it down awkwardly and took several breaths before downing the second potion. The doors to the hospital wing burst open and in strode Dumbledore, his normally cheerful face completely grave and lined with worry. The old man made his way to his student's side and looked down at the boy in concern. "Is he all right? The Cruciatus curse, I suppose?" Dumbledore said, staring at Damien. Severus nodded shortly and said to Poppy, "Give him the anti-bleeding potion also, his arm won't stop bleeding." "How'd he do?" Dumbledore asked quietly and Severus sighed. "Fine. Too fine. Voldemort seems very interested in him. Says he has potential and will probably want to train him in the future." The normally cold man sounded forlorn as he stared hopelessly down at his son. Dumbledore put a hand on Severus' shoulder. "He'll make it, don't worry. He has a part of both Lily and you in him, he's the best of both of you." Severus nodded, still looking worn. "I shouldn't have let him do it. Why did I let him? How could I be so stupid?" Dumbledore gave Severus' shoulder a tight squeeze. "What's done is done, Severus, and there's nothing you can do about it." Damien opened his eyes tiredly and looked around. Everything looked blurry. "Get some rest, Damien," his father told him from beside him. He groaned and tried to tell the man that he couldn't, that he was in far too much pain to even think about resting. The man seemed to read his mind as he looked up and said to someone, "Give him some dreamless sleep potion also." Damien choked down his fourth potion, and a moment later, he fell into the blissful, painless thing known as sleep. Draco walked briskly into the great hall the next morning, his pale face paler than usual as he passed by his table without a second glance and walked over to the Gryffindor table with a look of determination. He hadn't sat at the Gryffindor table since Damien had made him. The buddy easily spotted the two redheads and the bushy, brown hair immediately and hurried over to the three, sitting down beside Ginny without a moment's hesitation. "Have you seen Damien this morning?" Ginny asked quickly, just as he opened his mouth to ask the same thing. "No, I was hoping you could tell me," he muttered, taking a moment to glare at the Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws who were staring at him. "He might be in the hospital wing," Draco said quietly. "But you didn't have to go to the hospital wing when you got back from the meeting," Ginny whispered, though it was obvious that she was merely trying to convince herself. Draco sneered, though it wasn't directed at any of the three before him. "I was lucky, my father told me that was the first Death Eater meeting that volume. I mean, the Dark Lord didn't cast a Cruciatus on more than one person. He must be getting desperate for followers," Hermione said quietly, aware of some of the Gryffindors that were still staring at Draco. "He probably didn't want to risk losing any. Then why would he hurt Damien?" Ginny exclaimed shrilly, and the others shushed her as quite a few students stared. "I don't know," Draco said quietly, glancing briefly at Pansy Parkinson, who had just entered the Great Hall. "I'll be right back." The Malfoy stood up and hurried over to the girl. "Hey, Pansy," he shouted to her, and she turned. "Was Damien in the hospital wing?" he asked her quietly. Students were still staring. She nodded slowly. "He looked and his arm bleeding." "I don't get it. You weren't injured, so why was he?" Draco shivered but said nothing as he headed back to the Gryffindor table. "Hey, wait, where are you going?" Pansy called after him. He shrugged and gestured to the Gryffindor table before continuing. "He is in the hospital wing," Draco told Ron, Hermione, and Ginny quietly as he sat back down. "All right, you are going to tell me what is going on, Draco Malfoy, or I will hex you," Pansy snapped as she marched over to him. Ron sniggered and Hermione and Ginny exchanged amused glances. Draco glared at them. "Why are you over here with the Gryffindors?" Pansy asked as she eyed the three. "And why are you all suddenly best friends?" "For one thing, Parkinson," Draco started, "we are not best friends, we aren't even friends. The only reason why I even put up with them is because of Damien." He paused for a moment to eye Ginny and added, "Except her, she's not as annoying as the other two." Ginny smiled and Ron and Hermione glared at Draco as he smirked cheekily at them. "What is going on?" Pansy asked, hands on her hips as she noticed the almost playful exchange. The bell rang to signal the first class. Draco glanced briefly at the three Gryffindors before he stood up and grabbed Pansy's arm. "I'll tell you in class," he said quietly, and the five headed down to Charms, which they all, except Ginny, had together. "So, you and Damien are going to spy?" Pansy whispered to Draco as they passed in their homework. He nodded. Ron and Hermione exchanged nervous glances from their seats in front of the two. "Are you sure she won't tell anyone?" Hermione whispered to Draco as she glanced at Pansy uneasily. The buddy nodded. "No matter what you bloody Gryffindors might think, not all Slytherins support the Dark Lord." "Well, you sure as hell act like it," Ron muttered, and Pansy rolled her eyes. "If we don't act like Death Eater's children, then we'll be hated by all the houses, including ours." "No, you wouldn't," Ron protested, "if you would just act human every once in a while." "Oh, Ron," Hermione huffed, "you should really be talking when you are the most prejudiced person on Earth when it comes to Slytherins. No offense," she added to Draco and Pansy. "None taken," they murmured in unison, eyeing the homework that Professor Flitwick had just passed back. "Well, if you ask me, I think Gryffindors just follow their older classmates instead of really getting to know us. Pansy said quietly as she tucked her report on the bubble-head charm away she had gotten in. Oh, I mean, foolishness is one of their traits. No offense, she added to Ron and Hermione. None taken. The two lions murmured in unison, both engrossed in their own recently passed back homework. N.E. Ron exclaimed, but in a quiet voice. Hey, I got an E. You see what happens when you actually use the books in the library. Hermione smiled as she put her homework in her bag. She had also gotten an O. Why didn't you tell me that it was as easy as that, instead of watching Harry and I beg all through our years here for you to check over our papers? Ron said heatedly, and Hermione gave a frustrated shriek. I swear, you can be so shallow-minded, Ronald Weasley. She snapped, throwing her hands up in exasperation. But that's why you love me, right? Ron smiled charmingly and Hermione glowered before giving in and kissing him on the cheek. Yes, as strange and abnormal as it is. Pansy and Draco watched the scene with amusement, the latter rolling his eyes in disgust and Pansy looking at them with sparkling eyes. How romantic, she exclaimed overdramatically. She turned to him. Don't you think, Drake? She asked, smiling at him. Draco gulped audibly and turned back to his notes, trying to ignore Ron's sniggering. Damien groaned as he opened his eyes. He glanced around the sterile, white room with disgust. Great. He was in the hospital wing, again. This is really getting old, he thought to himself as he willed his sore body to sit up. He spotted his father in a chair beside his bed, sleeping. For some reason he felt a warmth in the pit of his stomach as he stared at the sleeping man. Good to see you up, Damien, came the headmaster's cheery voice as he strolled into the hospital wing. You gave your father quite a scare. The old man smiled at Severus' sleeping form. Good morning, Professor, Damien said quietly as to not wake his father. And good morning to you too, Damien, Dumbledore said cheerfully. Christmas is in a couple of weeks. You will be staying with your father, won't you? No doubt Severus needs someone in his life, especially to share Christmas with. Damien smiled. He had almost completely forgotten about Christmas and the fact that he would be with his family for the first time. At that precise moment Severus stirred slightly as he awoke. He stretched and glanced around, his gaze landing on Dumbledore. Can't a man get a little sleep? He snapped to the old man. Or do I need to do something else for you before the holidays? Dumbledore chuckled. Good morning to you too, Severus. Severus turned to Damien, his glare softening. How are you feeling? He asked almost cautiously. I've been better, just a little sore. Damien mumbled, rubbing his left forearm. Let me see, Dumbledore said gently, and Damien grimaced before slowly extending his arm. Dumbledore took the arm and gently pulled up the sleeve to reveal an Yugal black mark. That was clearly the dark mark. Dumbledore frowned as he stared at the skull with the snake coming out of its mouth. Beside him, Severus grimaced and put a hand on his son's shoulder. The headmaster continued to frown as he eyed the ugly mark closely before drawing back with an odd expression on his face. What is it? Severus asked, noting the troubled expression on the man's face. What's wrong? This one's different, he said quietly, and Severus stared at him. What do you mean? The mark. It's different. Look. Severus peered at the mark, grimacing at the raw flesh that surrounded it. At first, it looked normal, just like his, but he looked more closer and studied the snake. He noticed that unlike his, its mouth was opened. He pulled up his own sleeve and glanced from his own dark mark to Damien's. The two snakes were different. He glanced from the one on his arm, which had its mouth closed, to the one on Damien's arm, which had its mouth opened, its fangs bared menacingly. I don't understand, he said almost fearfully. Why would he single Damien out like this? Why is his dark mark different from everyone else's? He looked to Dumbledore for answers, but the older man looked almost helpless, which really wasn't a good look on Albus Dumbledore's face. Was Draco's dark mark like mine? Damien asked, praying that he hadn't been the only one to receive this kind of mark. Dumbledore shook his head. No. I saw his after he got back from being marked. His is exactly like Severus's and Lucius's. He looked very troubled. You said Tom was very interested in Damien. He asked Severus quietly. The potion's master nodded, looking rather forlorn. Dumbledore sighed. The only thing we can do is wait and see what this particular mark is meant for. But what if Voldemort has some kind of control over me? Damien exclaimed, and Severus flinched. We will just have to wait and see, my child. Damien nodded but couldn't help but feel rather worried. I mean, who wouldn't be? The answer came a week and a half later, during Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Damien had been paired up with Draco and Pansy. There was an odd number in their class when reviewing the Ridiculous spell. He had been taking his turn on their boggart when a burning pain shot up his left arm. It felt as if he were being marked again, except worse, so much worse. He had dropped his wand to grasp his left arm, eyes clenched tightly shut as he hissed in pain. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Draco do the same. Luckily everyone was having too much fun with their boggarts to pay any attention. So after hurriedly asking Remus if they could be dismissed, he knew of Damien and Draco's marking. They made their way to the snake pit to put on their Death Eater robes before meeting with Severus in the entrance hall. Severus slipped on his white mask and waited until Draco and Damien had done the same before they set out across the grounds. Severus handed Damien his potion. Isn't it a bit odd for the Dark Lord, to have a Death Eater meeting during the day? Draco asked as he watched Damien down the potion with a look of curiosity written on his face. Severus nodded. Yes, he rarely calls us during the day. He usually stops calling us from the middle of December to the beginning of January. He must need to tell us something important. It is already the 19th, which is rather late for him to be calling us. What is that potion you are taking? Draco asked, eyeing the vial it had been in. Damien glanced at Severus. It is a medication, Mr. Malfoy. Not that it is any of your business, his father said curtly. Draco still looked rather curious but said nothing as Severus took out the quill portkey. What if someone saw us? Damien asked as he glanced at the castle. Severus shook his head. Everyone is in classes, quit worrying. Draco smirked. Yeah, really, loosen up. Damien snorted, as if I'm supposed to loosen up when we are about to go to a monster who is going to crucify us just because we forgot to say, my lord, not to mention the small fact that we're really on his enemy's side and we are spying on him. Hey, you're the one who chose to do this, so stop complaining. Draco said with a shrug as he grabbed the portkey. I'm not complaining, I am just telling you why I shouldn't loosen up when we're going to. Do all teenagers talk this much when they think a teacher isn't around? Or are you two just special? Severus said in a slight annoyed voice, though it was obvious that he really wasn't mad. We are just special, Damien said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world before Draco could open his mouth to say the same. He grabbed the middle part of the quill and felt the familiar tug behind his navel before the three disappeared. Hurry, we'll be late, Severus hissed to the two boys who were still trying to shake off the wooziness from the portkey. The three cloaked and masked figures quickly made their way into the Riddle house. Damien occluded his mind as they stepped up to the Dark Lord and bowed, kissing the hem of his robes, before taking their place in the circle around the Dark Lord. Damien fought down the sudden urge to vomit as the monster turned around and looked at them all, a smirk playing on his lips as he eyed Damien. Said boy shifted slightly, keeping his eyes downcast as Voldemort walked up to him. Damien Snape. His voice was raspy, the hisses that Damien had heard before were absent. That fact brought some comfort to the boy for some reason. He dropped to one knee, murmuring in an emotionless voice, my lord. You need not bow to me, Damien, Voldemort said quietly, and the Death Eaters shifted slightly in surprise. You are above them, he nodded to the other Death Eaters, who were all staring. Damien swallowed and slowly stood back up, his eyes still downcast, and, why, may I ask, might that be, my lord? He asked quietly, hoping that he didn't sound rude. Voldemort didn't answer as he walked back up to the head of the circle, smirking at them all. Lucius Malfoy walked up to the Dark Lord and bowed. How may I serve you, my lord? He asked humbly. Voldemort idly twirled his wand and Damien suddenly knew what the monster was going to do. Crucio. The elder Malfoy twitched on the floor but didn't cry out, and Damien felt a slight respect for the man. Beside him, Draco shifted slightly and Damien threw him a warning glare. Voldemort lifted the curse and stared down at the buddy with a sort of satisfaction. As you were, he snapped coldly, and Malfoy immediately took his place back in line, which was on the other side of Draco. I have good news for us all, the monster told them, his hands clasped behind his back as he regarded them all. Damien could have sworn that he heard a collective sigh of relief. Voldemort ignored it and said loudly, I have found the boy who is to be worthy enough to be my heir. Whispers and murmurs of both excitement and curiosity filled the room before Bellatrix Lestrange asked, And what has this boy done that has made him worthy enough to carry on after you, my lord? Crucio. The curse was hissed almost lazily, and Voldemort watched in sick pleasure as she squirmed on the ground before lifting the curse. Bellatrix immediately took her place back in line. I have far outgrown my age for children of my own, Voldemort said as he walked slowly around the circle of Death Eaters. So, as you all know, I have chosen to train one of my most faithful Death Eater's son to be my heir. I had yet to come across anyone worthy or strong enough to survive the task. A collective shiver ran through the group. Until I set eyes on a particular boy, he reminds me strongly of myself at his age, and he has potential, a lot of it, the Dark Lord continued. I have a feeling that this boy may even reach my level if given the proper training. Damien tensed. No. He couldn't be talking about Damien Snape. Voldemort hissed. Come up here, my child. Murmurs spread through the group as Damien willed his legs to move. His heart was hammering against his ribs. Voldemort was going to train him to be his heir. The heir of Slytherin. He was going to be trained by his sworn enemy, and the monster had said that he was strong enough to survive the training. Wait a minute. Survive? What did he mean by survive? Damien found himself standing in front of Lord Voldemort. On the outside he was standing there without fear, but on the inside his heart was racing as he kept on asking himself, why me? And it was all he could do to stop himself from running away in fear. Let me see your left arm. He slowly extended his arm. Voldemort grabbed it roughly and yanked his sleeve up to reveal the dark mark. You bear my mark, as does everyone else here, but your mark is different, have you noticed? Voldemort said quite coldly. It took Damien a moment to realize that the question was not rhetorical. Yes, my lord, he whispered quietly. Voldemort put a hand on his shoulder. I present to you all my heir, Damien Snape. Whispers broke out, and Damien was strongly reminded of when he had first been sorted at Hogwarts. His father shifted slightly and glanced at Draco and the elder Malfoy. Voldemort spoke to Damien, once again ignoring the other Death Eaters. I shall train you personally, Damien Snape, until I see that you are skilled enough to carry on some minor issues. You shall be staying with me every other weekend, and during summer, you shall stay with me for a month. Do I make myself clear? He spoke quite coldly again, but his tone was more different than the one he used when he was addressing the Death Eaters. Why yes, my lord, Damien whispered in a shaking voice. Luckily the Dark Lord seemed to think that he was shaking with excitement rather than fear, as he gave Damien a rather nasty smile and turned to the others. That is all. I do not want anyone to know about my heir, including Dumbledore, Snape. He told the Death Eaters, speaking to Severus in particular. Each Death Eater hurried up to Voldemort to bow once more and kiss his robes before they apparated away with multitude of loud cracks. Damien made to bow to the Dark Lord but remembered that he didn't need to, so he hurried after Draco and his father, who were waiting for him. You know who is going to train you to be the heir of Slytherin? Ron whispered the next morning at breakfast. Damien nodded, a frown evident on his face. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny stared at Damien for a couple minutes before a chuckle was heard. Damien's head snapped up to see Ron giggling softly. Damien stared at the redhead with wide eyes as the laughter got more hysterical. Ron, he asked almost cautiously. Ron burst out laughing as he swayed dangerously in his seat. He wants you to become the heir of Slytherin. But you're the boy who lived, Ron said in an almost excited whisper. Damien arched an eyebrow. Yeah, he said slowly. Ron snickered. Sorry. It's just, he broke off, covering his mouth with a napkin. It's just, you're his enemy and he's going to train you. And in our second year everyone was so convinced that you were the heir of Slytherin. He chortled. Oh, the irony. Damien, Ginny and Hermione stared at him. Ron immediately stopped laughing when he realized that no one else was laughing with him. He cleared his throat and his ears turned red. I just thought it was kind of funny, he muttered, embarrassed. Oh yes, real funny, Ron. Damien said coldly as he got up from the table and walked away. What did I say? He heard Ron yell after him, but he ignored him as he made his way down to the dungeons. Draco was still in the Slytherin dorms. He had asked Damien to go on without him. It was Saturday, and for that, Damien was thankful that he didn't have classes. He needed some time to think, to clear his mind. Christmas break started on Monday and everyone, except Damien and a couple other students, were going home for the holidays due to the escalating war. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny hadn't wanted to at first, but Damien had convinced them to. After all, it wasn't like he was going to be alone for the holidays, was it? Damien inwardly smiled at the thought of spending Christmas someone who actually cared for him and who was actually related to him. He almost immediately sobered up though as he thought about the previous Death Eater meeting. So he was to be the heir of Slytherin. Damien snorted aloud. Yeah, right. There was absolutely no way that Severus was going to let him train with Voldemort, alone. He nearly gagged at that thought. For once Damien felt grateful that Severus was so overprotective of him. He didn't want to be the heir of Slytherin. He didn't want to train with Voldemort and come back every other weekend almost insane. That thought sent shivers down his spine. He knocked on his father's private rooms and the door opened to reveal a tired-looking Severus. Damien smirked as he walked in. Rough night? He asked almost cheekily. Severus grunted in response as he sat down on the couch, drinking on a yellowish potion. Damien recognized it immediately. Hangover potion, Dad. Oh hush. His father muttered hoarsely. Damien shifted uncomfortably before saying in a quiet voice, so, what are we going to do? Severus knew instantly what he was talking about. The man frowned in thought as he spoke very seriously. I spoke to Dumbledore about it. Damien arched an eyebrow, and we are both going to stop spying. What? Damien, we need to. There is no way that you are being trained by him. I know, it's not like I want or anything. Damien said almost heatedly. Severus relaxed slightly. What? Damien snapped as he noticed his father's relief. Do you think I want to be trained by that monster? No, Damien, it's just what? Tell me. Ever since you found out I tried to do the Cruciatus on Lestrange, you've been acting different around me. Do you honestly think I am going to join the dark side? Damien snapped. All the fear and worry he had felt from the previous night seemed to be building up inside of him. Damien, just leave me alone, okay? Damien growled as he turned away. Damien, you know I'd never think something like that, his father said quietly. Damien turned around, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then why have you been acting as if I'm a ticking bomb? He snapped in an accusing voice. Severus sighed. I never meant to act like that, especially to you. I'm just worried is all. Why? Severus repeated incredulously. Why do you think, Damien? My son has just been marked to save my life. Not only that, but he is to be trained to be the heir of Slytherin by a man, no, a monster that has wanted to kill him since before he was born. Damien stared at the man in surprise. I just found you, Harry. Severus said quietly, using Damien's old name. I don't want to lose you, and if I ever did, a pause. I'd probably kill myself. Damien shook his head slowly. Don't say that. You know as well as I do that in the end I have to face Voldemort, and there's no guarantee that I'll survive. Severus stared at him for a long time before he sighed and rubbed his eyes tiredly. Then why are you so upset about not spying anymore? It's just, Damien began. I got marked for nothing. And what about Draco? He's going to be all alone. I know, Damien, his father responded tiredly. You underestimate the Dark Lord. You don't know what it will be like if he trains you. He is insane. He thinks it helps if you are put under the Cruciatus until you are begging for him to kill you. He thinks it makes you stronger. He feeds you a multitude of potions to build your pain tolerance, and it feels worse than the Cruciatus. It feels as if your insides are being ripped out through your stomach. And that's just the beginning. And how would you know all this? Damien snapped almost suspiciously. Because, Damien, I was trained by him personally for 3 days when I was 18, his father said with surprising coolness. And I'm still surprised that I'm sane enough to tell the tale. Damien blinked. You never told me that. It's not something I'd wish to be public knowledge, his father replied in the same tone of voice. So, when he finds out that we are not going to spy anymore, he's going to want to kill us, right? Damien asked cautiously. I mean, at the end of my 4th year, after Cedric, after the 3rd task when he was talking to the Death Eaters, he was talking about Karkaroff and how he was going to kill him when they found him. Severus nodded slowly as he noticed his son's discomfort before saying quietly. Yes, but anything, even death, is better than being trained personally by him. Damien shivered. They sat in silence for a couple minutes before Damien spoke up. I don't want you to die. Severus looked slightly startled by the soft-spoken statement. And I don't want you to die, but I do want you to stay how you are now, and you will not stay the same if we continue spying. Damien looked at him, confused. His father stood up and put a hand on his shoulder. I want you to still be a child when this war is over. I don't want you to see war. I don't want you to feel the pain of lose, even though you already have. I don't want you to see what I've seen. Damien blinked. That is why we must stop spying. I want you to keep your innocence and not have to be forced to cast the unforgivables on the people that you love. Severus squatted down next to him. I don't want you to be out in a battlefield where you see your friends and family die before your eyes and where your own life is threatened. I'd give anything for that to not happen, even my life and my sanity, his father said softly to him. Damien was surprised at the emotion that was in the man's voice. Sadness, concern, pain, and love. Did Severus really love him? He knew that his father cared very deeply for him, but love. Damien swallowed and turned away from the emotion in the onyx eyes, feeling his throat constrict at the thought of someone actually loving him. That is why we are not spying anymore. You would be a completely different person if you were to be trained by the Dark Lord. I shouldn't have even let you get marked in the first place. Severus told him as he sat down beside him. But you will have to remember, the Dark Lord will try to get the other Death Eater's children to bring you to him. You need to be more careful. He hates traitors more than Muggle-borns and will stop at nothing to punish them, he said quietly. Damien shivered again. Not to mention the fact that he wanted you to be his heir. It will just make you and I at the top of his hit list. The man sounded tired again. They fell into silence once again. You know, his father began, causing Damien to look back at him. What? Damien asked softly. Severus looked slightly embarrassed at what he was about to say. You know, Severus continued, after seeing your memories and seeing what you had gone through, I had felt so mad. The man trailed off looking lost in thought. But when I saw that one memory of your uncle hitting you with the belt, I don't know what Damien wrapped his arms around himself as he remembered that particular memory. And you were crying, and I wasn't quite sure what to do at first. I have never really been one to give comfort, but when you hugged me, he trailed off once again, his eyes focusing on Damien. I felt as if a part of me had vanished forever, and it was replaced with something else, but it was a good feeling. I liked it. He continued to look at Damien. And at that moment, his father's eyes became glazed again as he remembered the emotion he had felt that day. When I held you in my arms, I made a promise. Damien continued to look at his father as the man struggled with the right words. I promised that I would never let anything bad happen to you. That you would never have to feel the pain that I have felt, and that you would never have to see the things that I have seen. That nothing could ever take you away from me. Severus paused once again. But I knew I could never fulfill that promise. I could never protect you from pain and death, he winced. When people that you'd love would die, or betray you, things that you'd once know would suddenly change and be completely different. Your friends would move on and grow up. All of your childhood days would be gone, replaced with responsibilities that no one is ready to face. And sometimes I'd think, if I could just protect you from at least one of those things, if I could just jump in the way and absorb all the pain and suffering for you, he trailed off. Damien stared at his father. He had never ever heard the man express his emotions like this before. The man, though a lot more open with Damien, had always seemed so indifferent, but now he was sitting here telling Damien his fears and dreams, something that Damien never would have thought the man would share with him. Damien thought to himself, what was so strange about his father sitting here talking to him about his feelings was that all of Severus's feelings seemed to have to do with him. His father's fear was for him to lose his innocence and become cold and unfeeling. His father's wish was to protect him from everything. It just felt so weird to be cared about so much. It was like Severus's happiness depended only on Damien's happiness and health. Promise me something, Damien, his father said. What? Promise me that you won't try to be a hero this year. Severus said quietly. Damien stared into his father's eyes, noticing the anxiety and concern in them before nodding slowly. I promise. Severus smiled and ruffled his son's hair playfully before pulling him into a hug. Damien froze for a moment, feeling slightly surprised before readily returning it. I'm sorry, he mumbled, his voice muffled slightly from the fabric of his father's robe. For what? Severus asked as he looked down at the dark head nestled against him. Damien sighed, for getting marked when you didn't want me to, for not listening to you. You've had more experience than I have. I've just been a stupid teen. To his surprise, Severus chuckled slightly. That's why you were sorted into Gryffindor first. Ginny, Damien said softly to the girl he held. They were sitting on the astronomy tower, looking out into the darkening sky. Tomorrow morning Ginny, Hermione, Ron, and Draco were going home for Christmas break, and Damien wanted to spend as much time as possible with Ginny before the holidays. Even though Damien loved each and every one of his friends dearly and would die for any one of them at any time if he had to, sometimes it was nice to have a quiet moment with Ginny instead of being with his noisy and wild friends. Being with Ginny was always so peaceful, and Damien felt that he could always look to her for comfort and support. They really didn't get much alone time anymore due to the fact that Ron and Hermione knew Damien's true identity. And Draco had stopped being a git to everyone. Hermione and Ron were alone together in the room of requirement, and Draco Draco had started spending more time with Pansy. When Damien had been younger, he had always known that this day would come, when all of his friends would get involved with someone and they wouldn't have as much time to spend together. At that time, Damien had never dreamed of drifting away from his friends because of a girl. But now that that day had come, he didn't really mind that much. Ginny responded dreamily and contentedly. Damien didn't respond at first as he looked at the sky with an odd wonder. As he watched, he could see the darkness descending upon the grounds of Hogwarts like a heavy blanket. Gradually, it had become darker and darker until the only light they had was the full moon. The stars peeked out from behind the clouds as they drifted lazily above them, glowing slightly. Damien had never thought that things could seem so serene, so peaceful. After the war had started, everything seemed so hectic. Now everything seemed to be perfect, everything was complete bliss. There wasn't a sound, everything was silent. Not a cricket chirped, not a wolf howled, only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves softly was heard. The world seemed to be in perfect harmony. All the troubles seemed to have disappeared for the moment, and all at once, Damien and Ginny seemed to forget about the constant worry of the war, of Voldemort and any other thing that would trouble them. Damien sat there thinking about Sirius, thinking about the Christmas of last year, of how Sirius had been so excited. Even though that Christmas had only been a year ago, it seemed as if it had been in a completely different lifetime, as if 100 years had passed instead of just one. So many things had changed since then. They had all grown up and now seemed so much more wiser than their years. They were no longer the sweet, carefree children that they had been the previous Christmas at the Grimmauld place. No, they were now young adults, about to start out into a world filled with pain and suffering, and they all knew it. They all knew that in just a couple short years that they would have to fight in the war, that they would take their place beside their parents on the battlefield. And somehow, that knowledge seemed to make them stronger, more mature. His father had been a surprise. Damien would never have expected that he could get along with the greasy git. When he had found out, he had dreaded even trying to have a relationship with him. He had been blinded by his immaturity. In his naivety, he had never thought that people could change. He hadn't thought that his father would want to change for him, a legacy from the Dursleys. That was another thing he had his father to thank for. He had given Damien his confidence back. Damien now knew love, and with that knowledge, he could live. What? Ginny asked, and Damien blinked as he was startled out of his musings. Do you ever remember what it was like before the war? Before the bad times, even though it was only a couple years ago? He asked her as he stared up at the full moon. She was silent for a moment as she also stared up into the sky. Ginny shifted slightly so she could look him into the eyes. Not really. The good times for me were before Hogwarts, before my first year. Damien frowned and tightened his hold on her hand slightly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. It's okay. I still have good times, some even better than the ones before Hogwarts. She smiled up at him as she entangled her fingers with his. Damien pulled her into his lap and wrapped his arms around her, feeling warmth spread through him as he buried his face in her hair, breathing in her scent. They seemed to make a warm cocoon in the midst of the biting wind. What about you? Do you remember what it was like before the war? Ginny asked him, idly playing with the sleeve of Damien's robes. Damien looked at the sky for a moment before responding, sometimes. I remember Ron and Hermione and the little adventures we'd have. His smile faltered. Other times I can hardly think of what it was like when I actually felt safe, and it seems impossible that the world was ever so peaceful. Ginny tightened her hold on him briefly. Damien smiled down at her. One thing I always remember is my friends, and all the good times we shared together. He sat there for a moment and remembered his first 3 years at Hogwarts. They had been the best times of his life. He remembered. It takes a great deal of courage to stand up to your enemies, and even more to stand up to your friends. Therefore I award 10 points to Neville Longbottom. Dumbledore announced at the end of the first year. The cheers from the Gryffindor table were deafening as every Gryffindor was screaming their head off. Ron, Hermione, and Harry all stood up and started cheering for Neville as he disappeared under the number of Gryffindors hugging him. It was the best evening of Harry's life, better than winning at Quidditch, or Christmas, or knocking out mountain trolls. He would never, ever forget that night. Harry didn't know if the best part about the end of his second year was Hermione running toward him, screaming, "You solved it! You solved it!" or Justin hurrying over from the Hufflepuff table to wring his hand and apologize endlessly for suspecting him. Or Hagrid turning up at 3:30, cuffing Harry and Ron so hard on the shoulders that they were knocked into their plates of trifle, or his and Ron's 400 points for Gryffindor securing the House Cup for the second year running, or Professor McGonagall standing up to tell them all that exams had been cancelled as a school treat, or Dumbledore announcing that, unfortunately, Professor Lockhart would be unable to return next year, due to his memory loss. Quite a few teachers joined in the cheering that greeted the news. Harry kept wondering where Pettigrew was now, whether he had sought sanctuary with Voldemort yet. But the thing that lowered Harry's spirits most of all was the dreaded return to the Dursleys. For maybe half an hour, a glorious half hour, he had believed he would be living with Sirius from now on. His parents' best friend. It would have been the next best thing to having his own father back. And while no news from Sirius was definitely good news, because it meant he had successfully gone into hiding, Harry couldn't help feeling miserable when he thought of the home he might have had, and the fact that it was now impossible. The exam results came out on the last day of term. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had passed every subject. Harry was amazed that he had got through potions, though he had a shrewd suspicion that Dumbledore might have stepped in to stop Snape failing him on purpose. Gryffindor won the House Cup for the 3rd year running. This meant the hall was once again decorated in gold and Gryffindor was the noisiest of the lot, as everybody celebrated. Even Harry managed to forget about the journey back to the Dursleys the next day as he ate, drank, talked, and laughed with the rest. Damien smiled as he remembered the first 3 years at Hogwarts. He grinned at Ginny, adjusting her slightly in his lap so he could rest his chin on her shoulder. I still have good times too, some better than others. Damien repeated her earlier words. He sighed and looked at the moon. It's moments like these when it seems like all the fighting we've done has been actually worth something, He looked at her in the eyes, smiling slightly as he reached up to flick a strand of red hair out of Ginny's eyes. I don't really know where we are going to be in 1, 2, or even 10 years from now, Damien said to her as he looked straight into her eyes. But all I know is that as long as you are here with me every day, I'm going to be okay. Ginny glowed as she moved closer to him, her breath tickling his face. She smiled, her brown eyes sparkling in the moonlight as she leaned forward to plant a soft, long kiss on his lips. They sat there like that for a long time, neither one moving. Ginny drew back, panting slightly as Damien reached up to touch her face. The couple turned back to look at the shadows that danced across the grounds of Hogwarts. They sat there, snuggling for hours, simply enjoying each other's presence in this rare moment of peace. Merlin, Ginny whispered excitedly. What? Damien asked worriedly. Ginny's eyes glowed. It's snowing. Look, Damien, it's snowing. Indeed, crystalline flakes had started to fall and were already starting to blanket the grounds of Hogwarts. It's almost magical, isn't it? Ginny turned to him, her chocolate eyes sparkling. Damien relaxed and smiled, hugging her close again. She froze for a moment, her brown eyes slightly widened with an odd look. Damien frowned. Gin, shish, she replied softly, obviously straining to hear something. Do you hear that? Damien quieted, listening intently. No, I don't. What is it? Singing. Ginny smiled slightly, snuggling closer to Damien. Listen really closely. Damien held his breath for a moment as he strained to hear. Then he heard it. It was faint at first, but then it got louder and clearer. He listened to the soft melody before saying, "The ghosts are singing again." Ginny nodded. Yes, I think they're singing Silent Night. Damien listened more and, sure enough, could make out the beautiful song. It sounded so soft, so sad, so far away, which it probably was. They were, after all, on the astronomy tower. I love this song, Ginny whispered, sounding enchanted. Damien nodded against her shoulder in agreement as he listened to the haunting melody. The couple sat there for a long while, listening to the soft melody as they curled up together. Sleep in heavenly peace. The two listened as the song ended. Its soft melody seemed to echo across the grounds, blending in with the quietly falling snow. Everything was silent once again as the last note faded away. Ginny and Damien simply sat there again in each other's arms as they enjoyed the precious time they had together. Ginny shivered in Damien's arms and the boy tightened his hold on her, rubbing his hands up and down her arms to warm her up. The snow was piling up on the ground below them, the wind was getting more fierce and the couple shivered. It's 1 in the morning, Ginny murmured, checking her watch. Damien buried his face in her hair once again. Don't go, please, he mumbled into her hair. Ginny giggled. Who said anything about leaving? I was merely stating the time. He grinned at her and kissed her nose. Well, I think it is about time the two of you return to your dorms, unless of course you wish for Mr. Filch to escort you. A silky voice said from the shadows. Severus stepped out into the light of the moon, his arms folded and a smirk on his face. Dad, Damien exclaimed, feeling his cheeks burn. He looked down to see that Ginny's face now matched her hair perfectly. How long have you been there? Damien muttered, still blushing. The man's smirk widened. Long enough. He turned serious. You two really need to be getting back to your dorms before Mr. Filch finds you. He already gave a week of detention to Mr. Malfoy and Miss Parkinson for being on the stands of the Quidditch stadium. Wow, wow, wow. Damien murmured faintly, shaking his head slightly. Draco and Pansy were in the Quidditch stands. Doing what exactly? See, I told you they had something going on. Ginny giggled. Oh come on Dad, Damien pleaded. Let us have some time alone. Ginny is leaving tomorrow and you shall see her when she returns. Severus finished for him. But, Damien, Severus warned. Ginny laughed. Come on, Professor. We won't get to see each other till next year. She exclaimed as if it were the most horrible thing in the world. Who would trust two teenagers such as yourselves alone together? Severus sneered. Come on, Professor, you can trust us. Ginny said as she shivered and snuggled closer against Damien. We've been alone for the past. She checked her watch, 5 hours and we haven't done anything. We're not that stupid. Damien added, and Ginny nodded. Severus rolled his eyes. Please, Dad. Damien mock-whined. We'll be good, we promise. He kissed Ginny on the forehead and she giggled. Severus rolled his eyes again. No. Now either follow me now with no points deducted, wait for Filch to take half, or try my patience and force me to take all the points. Severus told them sternly. Damien smirked at him. You wouldn't, not from Slytherin. Severus raised an eyebrow. Try me. Damien and Ginny exchanged annoyed glances before they hopped off the wall they had been sitting on and walked over to Severus. They walked down the many staircases before Severus turned to them and said, I expect you two to go directly back to your common rooms. If I find that you have done otherwise, he trailed off threateningly and walked off towards the dungeons. How does he do that? Ginny whispered in an odd voice as she stared in the direction Severus had left. Do what? Damien asked her with an arched eyebrow. Make his robes bellow like that, it's amazing. Her voice sounded slightly mocking now. She turned to him, frowning. Why can't you do that? They both chuckled and they made their way to the entrance hall where they stopped. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Damien said to her, and she smiled. You better see me off or you won't get your Christmas present. She threatened and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him once more before turning around and heading up to the Gryffindor Tower. Damien stared after her for a moment before smiling widely and walking down to the snake pit with a smile on his face. Unknown to either teenager, Severus watched from the shadows as the two bid farewell to each other, a pleased smirk evident on his face. Are you positive that you want us to go, Damien? Hermione asked for the third time as she hugged him. Damien sighed, feeling slightly touched by his friend's thoughtfulness. Yes, I'm positive. Now go home to see your family, Hermione, he told her, and she grinned. After all, it's not like I'm going to be alone or anything. I actually have family now, he said as he hugged Ginny. You've always had family, Damien, Ginny told him and kissed him. Before trying to load up her trunk, Damien picked it up for her and loaded it in Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Pansy, and Draco's compartment. Bye, Damien, Ginny whispered as she hugged him once again. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. See y'all later, mate. Have a good Christmas. With Snape, the Weasley grimaced slightly at the last comment he had made. Draco repeated the gesture. Don't mind Weasley, he's an idiot, Draco smirked as Ron glared at him. See you next year. Hermione gave him another hug and muttered, have a good Christmas with your father. Sweeten him up a little over the holidays so he won't give us any homework. She smiled at him in a rather uncharacteristic display of the goody-goody, Hermione Granger. Ginny kissed him for the third time and hugged him again. I'll think about you on Christmas, okay? She told him. And have fun. Have fun with your family. Damien grinned and nodded. I will. See you, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Draco. He nodded to each of them, hugging Ginny once more before the whistle blew up above to signal that they needed to be boarding now. Don't forget about me, came a voice, and a moment later Pansy stumbled out of one of the train doors. She surprised Damien by throwing her arms around him and giving him a brief hug before saying, have a good Christmas, and disappearing back onto the train. Draco shook his head as he stared in the direction she had disappeared. She's crazy, he muttered. I have no idea why I put up with her. Ginny giggled. Because you love her, right? A faint blush appeared on the buddy's face, but the boy snapped, oh. Mind your own business. Damien smiled as they boarded the train. He waved to them until the train disappeared around a corner and sighed before walking back inside the castle. It was rather empty for the holidays, mainly because of the rising war, and children wanted to spend as much time as possible with their parents. The only other students who had stayed for Christmas break were a first-year Ravenclaw, a seventh-year Hufflepuff, and Terry Boot. Damien made his way up to the astronomy tower, where he and Ginny had spent 5 hours together the last night. He sighed as he looked out onto the sparkling hills that surrounded Hogwarts, all of them glistening with Snow. In the sunlight, he watched the Hogwarts Express disappear into the mountains before heading back down to the dungeons to see his father. The man was busy at work, as usual. He was grading what looked like the most recent potions essay that he had assigned Damien's class. Damien noticed that he was grading Neville Longbottom's, and was surprised to see that not many red blotches were scribbled over Neville's messy writing. "Do you have to work now?" "It's holidays," Damien said as he walked up to his father's desk. The man scowled, without looking up. Severus finished grading Neville's paper and set it aside, reaching up to rub the spot between his eyes tiredly. "Then what, pray tell, do you propose we do?" he asked Damien with an arched eyebrow. "Well, I need to get to Hogsmeade to get my presents for everyone." "Yes, I need to pick up a few things as well," Severus murmured thoughtfully. Damien grinned. "Those things wouldn't happen to be for me now, would they?" he asked innocently. Severus rolled his eyes, "As if I'm going to tell you that." Damien scowled. "You're no fun. I take it you are not going to the Yule Ball?" Severus asked as he stretched. Damien nodded and mumbled, "Well, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Draco, and Pansy have all gone home for the holidays. There really is no point." Damien grinned mischievously. "Maybe you could find a nice lady friend." "Dad," Severus snorted. "No, I doubt it." "Why? Because you're too evil." "No, because no woman would be willing to put up with a brat like you." "Well, people do always tell me that I take after my father." "Do you want to go to Hogsmeade or not?" Okay, let's go." Half an hour later, Damien and Severus were heading down to Hogsmeade. Surprisingly, the small village wasn't that crowded, compared to Hogsmeade. Weekends, that is. Everyone already seemed to be settling down for the holidays, and the few that were out doing some last-minute shopping didn't look in any hurry to leave. "I will meet you at 5 for dinner at the Three Broomsticks," Severus told him as they approached Zonko's. Damien nodded briefly before heading into the joke shop. Severus groaned as he watched Damien walk in Zonko's. "I was hoping for a quiet school year without those damn Weasley twins," Severus mumbled to himself before sweeping down the street at a fast pace. Damien glanced around at all the items on the shelves. He sighed before running over the list of people he needed to buy for this year. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Draco, his father, and, should he get Pansy a gift as well? Damien shrugged nonchalantly before pulling out the money he had gotten all delivered from his vault. He thought about getting Ron some dung bombs or stink pellets, but remembered that Severus was going to be one of the people Ron would use them on. Damien chuckled slightly before loading up on each item. At exactly 5 o'clock, Damien hurried into the Three Broomsticks, teetering slightly off balance due to the heavy load he had been hauling around for the past couple hours. He spotted his father seated at a booth toward the back of the pub, reading the latest issue of Brewers and sipping on a butterbeer. Damien dropped into the seat across from Severus. "Finished my shopping," he said cheerfully to his father. The man looked up from the magazine, his lips twitching slightly. "Let me see them, please," he said. Damien blinked. "Why?" "I just want to make sure they're safe." "No, you just want to see your present." "You got me a present. Let me see it." Damien grabbed his bags from reaching distance of his father. "You have to wait just like everyone else." Severus arched an eyebrow. "And here I thought I was supposed to be the adult." "You're acting too childish. It's the holidays, what do you expect? You've never acted like this during the holidays before." Severus smiled. "Before, I had no one to celebrate it with that I cared about." Damien felt warmth in the pit of his stomach at his father's words. It must have reflected on his face because his father's smile grew. They ate in comfortable silence, both thinking about what the holidays would be like with someone they actually cared about. Christmas Eve was a bright and sunny day. A fresh blanket of snow had settled on Hogwarts overnight. Even though it was sunny, it was still only a couple degrees above zero. The whole day was a silent affair. The Yule Ball was meant to take place on Christmas, but, because of the lack of students, it was going to take place the weekend after the students returned from Christmas break. Damien spent most of the day wrapping presents in the Slytherin dorms, which he had to himself. For Ginny he had gotten a gold locket. On it, it said, "Till death do you part," written in tiny emeralds. In the left part of the inside of the locket was a picture of the two of them sitting on the astronomy tower, her sitting in his lap. In the right part was a clock similar to Mrs. Weasley's. On each of the four sides were, "It's all good, be aware, watch your back, and you're in trouble." It had only one hand, which was of course meant for Ginny. It was currently pointed on, "It's all good." For Hermione he had gotten her Hogwarts, a history, though, unlike the one she owned now, it magically updated anything new about the school. The room of requirement was even explained in this copy. For Ron he had gotten at least 100 dung bombs and stink pellets, with a note that said, "Give Gred and forge hell for me." For Draco he had gotten a necklace that had a dragon's tooth on it. Though it looked like a normal necklace, it really had a charm on it, which made half of the pain from a harmful spell like the Cruciatus affect Damien. Instead of Draco, Damien had the other necklace, though it was only a one-way thing. In other words, Draco wouldn't feel any pain if Damien got hit by a harmful spell. Damien wasn't going to tell Draco about the charm on the necklace, because he knew that the buddy wouldn't allow it. He had put a note with it that said, "Keep it on you always, it's supposed to bring good luck." People would think that Damien was stupid for getting a thing that was supposed to cause him pain, but it was really only meant for Death Eater meetings, which Draco now had to attend by himself. Draco may not be Ron or Hermione, but he was still his friend, and Damien didn't want him to feel the full extent of the Cruciatus. He would do just about anything to protect his friends. He hadn't really known what to get Pansy. He didn't know her that well, but she did seem to like jewelry. He had gotten her a simple charm bracelet, which had tiny silver snitches, stars, crescent moons, and sand dollars on the band of it. Now his father had been the hardest to shop for. Yes, he knew the man better than before, but he hadn't known what to get him at first. His first impulse had been to get him something to do with potions, but he had wanted it to be special, something that Severus would really like. He had gotten Severus two different things. The first one was similar to the clock in Ginny's locket. It had two hands on it, for both Damien and Severus. On it, it said, "At school, at home, with friends, mortal peril, Ministry of Magic, and dead." Severus's hand was pointed at home, and Damien's was pointed at school, due to the fact that he was in his dorm. The second present was a picture of the two of them at the Snape Manor. It had been after the charms had been taken off Damien, about a couple days before school had started. They were sitting across from each other in the living room, both engrossed in a game of Muggle chess. Every once in a while, one of them would move a piece before concentrating again, or look up to glance at one another, whether it be a scowl or a grin. Dumbledore had taken that picture, and neither Damien nor Severus had known about it. Damien had asked Dumbledore about any pictures of a younger Severus that he might have, and the headmaster had given him this picture instead. Damien had been glad. He liked the picture. It had been one of the first times they had actually started to respect one another. Damien headed up to the Olry to deliver the gifts. It was after dinner time when Damien made his way back to his father's quarters. He walked in and immediately thought that he had came to the wrong room. Garland and lights were draped across the mantel of the fireplace. Holly was placed here and there. the paintings that had hung on the wall were now wrapped up in Christmas wrapping paper, complete with a large red ribbon, making them look like presents. Off to the left side of the room was a large Christmas tree, which already had its lights wrapped around it. Severus was in front of the tree, carefully unwrapping ornaments. Damien beamed at the man before clearing his throat slightly. He took slight pleasure in seeing his father jump in surprise before turning to look at him. "You weren't supposed to be back until later," Severus scolded. Good-naturedly, Damien shrugged. "I finished wrapping my gifts early." He paused, his brow furrowed. "What's all this?" "Christmas decorations," Severus said with an arched eyebrow. "I know. You lived with Muggles, but you have to know what Christmas decorations are." "I do know what they are," Damien said as he eyed the old-looking ornaments. Severus was unpacking. "I just never thought of you as a decorating person." Severus snorted. "Neither did I. Thought you might enjoy them though." Damien smiled at his father's thoughtfulness. "I love it," he breathed, as he gazed longingly up at the tree. "I've never decorated a Christmas tree before." Severus grimaced before smiling warmly at his son. "Well, this can be your first time." Damien blinked as Severus stood up and made his way over to him, holding out an ornament. "You want to help me?" Damien felt a lump rising up in his throat as he looked into his father's dark eyes. Decorating a tree with his father, he never would have thought that it would be possible. He had always seen the Dursleys decorate their tree at Christmas. He remembered peeking in on them from the stairway, feeling an ache in his heart as he watched Aunt Petunia hand Dudley the star to put on the top. He had always wanted that, even if it had been something as simple as decorating a Christmas tree with his parents. It was those moments that he had always longed for, those family moments when you could practically see the love radiating off of the family members. Damien returned to the presents before slowly taking the ornament out of his father's hand. He handled the figurine of an angel as if it were glass and slid it onto a branch of the tree. Severus smiled as he watched Damien's face light up with happiness, making his emerald eyes twinkle. Together they both continued to decorate the tree, until it gradually became crowded with the many ornaments that hung from its limbs. Damien stood on his tiptoes to put the gold and silver star on top of the tree before standing back to admire their work. The tree's main colors were gold, white, and silver. The lights were white. The ornaments were either gold or silver and the tinsel was gold. Damien personally thought that the tree was one of the most beautiful Christmas trees he had seen, including all the ones the Dursleys had decorated. And Damien went to bed that night with a smile on his face. Damien stirred as he slowly awakened. He sat up, blinking the sleep from his eyes and looking around to see sunlight pouring through the window. Damien had slept on the couch in the living room and could see the pile of presents under the tree. He felt joy well up inside of him like never before, threatening to burst out of him. He settled on letting out a quiet whoop as he stood up and, not bothering to change out of his nightclothes, dashed into his father's room. Severus was asleep still, snoring loudly as he held onto a pillow. Damien chuckled slightly at the sight before jumping onto the bed. Severus shot up immediately, his wide eyes darting around frantically as if expecting to be ambushed. Damien burst out laughing. Things seemed 10 times funnier this morning. Severus immediately smiled, feeling a sense of pride well up in him as he watched Damien laugh. To him, it sounded like the most wonderful thing in the world. "Merry Christmas," Damien announced cheerfully as his father slid out of bed. "Merry Christmas," Severus returned, equally happy as his son but not near enough awake to respond with as much enthusiasm. "So, what did Santa bring you?" Severus asked teasingly. Damien rolled his eyes and arched an eyebrow as if to say, "Are you serious?" "Okay, so maybe you're a little too old for that," Severus grinned at Damien's annoyed look. They both headed into the living room and sat on the couch as Severus summoned up some tea for the two of them. Damien sat there, staring at the tree and presents as if mesmerized, sipping on his tea. Severus looked at him for a moment before clearing his throat and saying, "Well, what are you waiting for? Open them." Damien smiled appreciatively at him before slowly dropping to his knees beside the tree. "Come on, I'm not opening these alone," Damien told the man. Severus sighed before giving in and sitting on the floor beside his son. Damien opened his first present, which was from Ginny. It turned out to be a watch, which had not only the time but also had a built-in map of Hogwarts. According to the note Ginny had sent with it, you were to press the blue button on the side of the watch and a map would appear along with everyone in Hogwarts, like a portable Morator's map. Hermione helped with the map. The note had read, "It was a complicated charm and I'm sure it will be useful." Damien smiled and slipped it on his left wrist before continuing on with the presents. Ron had gotten him a pair of leather Quidditch gloves that were supposed to protect his hands from blistering completely. Along with that was Mrs. Weasley's usual package of mince pies and Fred and George's newest items. Hermione had gotten him a book called Defense Against the Dark Arts, Charms and Potions, which turned out to be a pretty useful book. Draco had gotten him the newest Quidditch book, Balls and Broomsticks. An unlikely combination. Damien opened the book to see Crumb doing an impossible-looking twist move as he caught the snitch. Damien smirked and decided to try the move later. He looked over at Severus, who was staring at him. The man hadn't even made to open his own presents. Damien frowned as he set down the book. "What's wrong, Dad?" he asked. Severus shook himself from the daze he was in. Damien smiled. "There are some presents under here for you too, you know." His father blinked and reached out to take a present from Dumbledore. Out from under the tree, it turned out to be a bottle of wine. Damien looked at the bottle, noting the year 1989 with satisfaction. "Good year," he commented to his father. Severus's head snapped up. "And how would you know?" he asked suspiciously. Damien merely smiled. Damien reached for Pansy's present. It turned out to be a necklace with a phoenix feather on it, "to bring you good luck in dark times," her note had said. Damien admired the golden feather before slipping it on also. He felt tranquility wash over him and closed his eyes as he savored the feeling. Severus opened another present, which turned out to be from Ginny, Hermione, Ron, Draco, and Pansy. It was a green robe and they had even dared to put in a note attached to it, "to bring some color to your closet, Professor." Damien busted out laughing at the look on his father's face. "There. Right, you know," he told the man. Severus rolled his eyes before smiling slightly and setting the gift aside, only to pick up a smaller package that was from Hermione. "Miss Granger sent me another present," Severus said as he turned to Damien, who shrugged. It turned out to be Boomslang's skin. When Damien realized what it was, he started laughing once again. "What?" Severus asked as he watched Damien laugh. "What's so funny?" Damien shook his head and said nothing as he thought about his second year, when Hermione had stole the Boomslang skin from his father for the Polyjuice potion. Obviously, she still felt a little guilty about the whole thing. There was 5 more presents left under the tree, 2 for Severus and 3 for Damien. Damien reached under to pull out Severus's 2 gifts and handed them to his father, who looked at them with a surprised look. "Open them," Damien demanded, smiling at the shocked look on his father's face. Severus shot him a thankful look. "You didn't have to." "Yes," Damien interrupted impatiently. "Yes, I did need to. Now open them." Severus took his time as he slowly undid the wrapping, careful to not tear the wrapping. Damien groaned impatiently. "Just tear it." His father smirked. "But it's such a pretty wrapping, I don't want to rip it." Damien rolled his eyes in response. Severus stared at the picture of the two of them, an odd expression on his face. Damien shifted, hoping his father liked it. Where? Severus began. Quietly. Where? Who took this? Dumbledore, was the simple response. His father's lips twitched and curled into a smile as the man reached out to trace a finger over the photo. Damien looked over his father's shoulder. See Severus and he waving up at them in the photo. Thank you, Severus whispered and stood up, putting the photo on the mantle. Damien smiled. That's not all, there's another one. Severus took the other present in his hand and opened it. You got one of these? The man asked as he stared at the clock. Damien smiled. Yeah, I thought it would be nice to know where the other was. Damien watched the emotions crossing his father's face as he stared down at the clock. Both hands were pointed at home. Severus looked up at him, smiling. He pulled Damien into a hug. Thank you. It's been so long since someone besides Albus has given me anything. Damien melted into the hug, gladly returning it, feeling a slight sadness for his father. They sat there like that for a couple of minutes before Severus pulled back and snatched the 3 remaining presents from under the tree, handing them to Damien. Damien unwrapped the first one, which was also the biggest. It was a photo album, similar to the one that Hagrid had given him in his first year. I know you've already got one with Lily in it, but this one has pictures of her in our younger years at Hogwarts, Severus explained as Damien flipped through the pages. There were pictures of his mother at 11 through 17 in there. A couple even had his father with her. There was a picture of her sitting on the stool in her first year, the sorting hat on her head. Not only were there pictures of his mother, but also there were a couple photos of a pale woman with black hair and blue eyes. This was your grandmother, Severus told him quietly. My mother. She was a wonderful person. She loved everything. I wish you would have known her. Damien smiled weakly as he stared at a picture of his 16-year-old mother, her arm around his 16-year-old father, both waving and smiling at him. He fought back the burning rising up in his eyes. Thank you, he whispered. Severus smiled before handing him the other 2 presents. One was very small, and the other looked like a flat book. He opened the bigger one first. Damien swept the paper off of the book and his eyes widened as he read the title, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Graduating Class of 1978. As this? Yes, Severus said. It was my old yearbook. Damien eagerly flipped through the pages. It had a list of the names of the graduating students and a picture of the student beside their name. In the yearbook was comments made by teachers about random students, many more pictures, and the most unforgettable people listed. Your mother received an award for charms and was voted the most kindest person of our class, his father said quietly as he stared at Lily's 7th year picture. Damien's lips quirked. Bet you got an award for potions. Didn't you? Severus nodded. Damien gently set the old yearbook aside before picking up the smallest and last present. It was a ring. It was silver and had a green jewel carved in the shape of a D. It was my grandfather's, Severus said as he took the ring from Damien and gently rolled it between his fingers. He gave it to my mother, but as she was a girl, she never wore it and passed it on to me. It's yours now. Kind of like a family heirloom. What's the D stand for? Damien asked. It was my mother's maiden name, Denanman, Severus told him. Damien frowned. Never heard of that name before. Yes, we are the last of the Denanman line, which is one of the oldest pureblood family, about as old as the Weasleys and the Crouches. Damien slipped it on his finger. Thank you. He looked at Severus with twinkling eyes and hugged him once again. Severus smiled at the boy. Merry Christmas, my son. Finally, I can go to a ball, Draco sighed as he admired his appearance in the mirror. Damien rolled his eyes as he straightened his robes unnecessarily. The first week back had been peaceful. There had been one calling, which Draco attended to, and the necklace Damien had given him for Christmas had done its job. Draco had noticed the lack of pain and realized immediately what it was charmed to do. Needless to say, the buddy would never wear the necklace again. According to Draco, Voldemort seemed to have realized that Damien and Severus were trying to quit his services since they didn't appear for the meeting. Also, according to the buddy, he was absolutely furious about being betrayed by his so-called heir. "I bet you anything that the Yule Ball is going to be better than the Halloween Ball," Draco smirked, drawing Damien back to the present. "Duh," Damien sneered. "It is the Yule Ball and nearly everyone attends it, not to mention the fact that the girls try to dress up more for this one." Both boys grinned at each other. "You said that Granger and Weasley dressed up for the Halloween Ball, though," Draco commented as they headed into the common room. Damien shrugged nonchalantly. "Yeah, but I bet they'll dress themselves up even more, you know how girls are." Draco was about to respond when Pansy headed down from the girls' dormitory. She was wearing an emerald green gown, her hair done up in a French braid. In Damien's opinion, she looked a lot prettier than she had for the fourth-year Yule Ball. "Ready to go?" Pansy asked as she looped her arm with Draco's. Damien smirked at the light blush that appeared on the pale face before nodding. The ball was in full swing by the time Ron, Hermione, Damien, Ginny, Draco, and Pansy arrived. "Is there a such a thing as triple dating?" Ginny asked Damien as they approached the dance floor. Damien smiled in response but said nothing. The Great Hall was decorated exactly like it had been in the Yule Ball of the fourth year, except there weren't as many tables. Damien heard Hermione giggle as she pointed to mistletoe hanging above Ron's head. Ron gulped and turned red. "Did they always book the weird sisters?" Pansy asked from beside Damien and Ginny. "I like them and all, but they're getting kind of old." Damien and Ginny danced to the first slow song in silence. At the end, Damien turned to see Draco sitting at a table with a very angry Pansy trying to usher him onto the dance floor. "What's wrong, Draco?" he called to the Malfoy. "Don't know how to dance?" Draco turned a full shade of red, which was the first time he had ever truly blushed. "Can it, Snape?" Draco snapped. Damien rolled his eyes. "Touché." He spotted his father sitting in a chair at a circular table with Dumbledore. He approached the table and Dumbledore smiled at him kindly. "Good evening, Damien," the headmaster said cheerfully. Damien smiled. "Good evening, headmaster. Are you and Miss Weasley enjoying yourselves?" "Yes, me, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Draco, and Pansy are." Damien cleared his throat slightly. "That's quite a list," Dumbledore commented before he stood up to ask Professor Sprout to dance. Damien sat in the chair the headmaster had been sitting in and smiled at his father. "Enjoying yourself, Dad?" he asked in an amused voice. Severus sneered at him. "I would very much like to leave, thank you," he responded through clenched teeth as he glared at some students. "Aw, come on, Dad. Lighten up for once and have some fun," Damien told him happily. "Why don't you ask Professor McGonagall to dance?" he teased innocently. Severus scowled at him. "Minerva was my teacher when I was your age. She was my mother's teacher in her 7th year. It'd be like dancing with my grandma, for heaven's sake," he exclaimed. "But you would dance with her if she were younger?" Damien asked slyly. Severus snarled. "You're really pushing it, boy." Damien's smirk faded slowly as a rush of memories suddenly attacked him at once when he heard his father call him, "Boy. Get over here, boy. Boy. I'm warning you. If I hear one sound come out of you, boy, you won't come out of that bloody cupboard for the rest of the holiday. If they cared about you so much, then why do they always dump you with us every summer? Can you answer that, boy? You should thank me for being so kind to you, boy. Most people would rather send you to an orphanage than look at you. So you didn't finish your chores, saying you're too hungry. Is that right, boy? Well, that'll be another week without food then. Get the hell over here, you worthless piece of shit. You don't even deserve to be called boy anymore. No one cares about you, you don't have any feelings. Therefore, you are not a member of the human race anymore in my eyes." Damien looked into the concerned, dark eyes of his father. The man had both hands on either side of his shoulders. Damien then noticed that a couple people were staring at him oddly. "Are you all right? What's wrong?" Damien shook his head. "Nothing," he mumbled, his head bowed slightly as he tried to fight down the rising urge to empty his stomach of all its contents. "It's nothing." Severus frowned, not convinced in the least. "Maybe you should lay down for a while." Damien scowled. "I'm fine. Just a little caught up in some old memories, nothing serious," he insisted stubbornly. His father arched an eyebrow at him. Maybe it was just some old memories, but the important thing is what these memories were about. Severus looked at Damien expectantly. He knew that his son had been thinking about the abuse he had suffered. Severus had seen the dark shadow come across Damien's face whenever he was drawn out of a memory of Vernon Dursley during occlumency. Severus grit his teeth. He would kill that man, and no, it wasn't an exaggeration, he would literally kill the bastard for even thinking about touching Damien. His thoughts came back to the present as he watched Damien struggle with his words. He put an arm around the boy. "Go lay down for a while. It's early, and if you fall asleep, I'll wake you up in an hour, okay?" he asked. His voice was uncharacteristically gentle. Damien looked slightly unsure before giving a small nod and heading out of the great hall with small reluctance. "Where is Damien going, Professor?" Ginny Weasley asked as she watched her boyfriend leave, looking slightly hurt. "He isn't feeling too well," Severus told the girl absently. "He's just going to lay down for a while. Will you be able to manage without him for an hour?" He smirked at the girl's blush. Damien was roughly shaken from his peaceful nap. He rubbed his eyes tiredly and turned to glare at the person who had awakened him but was yanked out of the comfort of his soft bed before he could even open his eyes. "What the?" Someone gripping his arm tightly cut him off. Still half asleep, he dazedly felt the person yanking up his left sleeve. Well, came a familiar taunting voice. "Snape's son, a Death Eater. Why am I not surprised? Take him away." Damien shot awake instantly to see three figures in official-looking cloaks glaring down at him. One of them he recognized to be the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Damien's heart turned to ice as he realized that his left sleeve was pulled up, revealing the ugly dark mark. He paled dramatically at Fudge's cruel smile. "Realized it, have you?" The small minister spat tauntingly. "I knew that you know who was recruiting students, and of course, you were one of the ones suspected. After all, your father is a Death Eater no matter what Dumbledore might say." Damien tried to form a word, any word, but his mouth was too dry to say anything. Where was his father? And Dumbledore? Where were they? I'm not a Death Eater anymore," he sputtered, knowing how stupid it sounded at the moment. Fudge started laughing. "Going to use the old, I am a spy for the light, trick. Pity. I would have expected better from the supposed, brilliant, potion master's son." "Oh no. No, Mr. Snape." Fudge smirked. "Your father may have won with that trick, but I assure you, Snape, you will be sitting in Azkaban in a mere couple of hours." "No," Damien began but was cut off as one of the Ministry wizards slapped him hard across the face. "You will hold your tongue, Death Eater." The wizard spat, glaring at Damien with hatred. "You have lost any and all right as a wizard, and your wand shall be snapped after your trial." Trial. Damien had pressed himself against the headboard as a fresh wave of memories from his stay at the Dursleys washed over him. Fudge sneered. "Yes, Snape, a trial. Dumbledore insisted that we give you, as well as Mr. Malfoy, one." The minister scowled darkly at the mention of Dumbledore's name. "I'm beginning to think that Dumbledore has switched sides. Honestly, giving you-know-who's followers trials." Fudge seemed to realize that he was babbling as he stopped immediately and smirked triumphantly at Damien again. "But until your trial, you shall be staying with my dear friend here at Azkaban." The man who had slapped Damien smirked nastily at the trembling boy. "And no," Damien whispered, pleading. "Not Azkaban. The Dementors were still there. He'd have to listen to his mother's screams. Sirius dying. Vernon beating him. No," he repeated. "Please." He tasted blood as the man slapped him again. "Take him away, I say." Fudge barked to the two men. "Now." The men grabbed Damien roughly around the shoulders and practically dragged him out of his room. The boy kicked and thrashed as he continued thinking about going to Azkaban, with the Dementors. No, he yelled as they heaved him down to the common room. He was not going to Azkaban without a fight, and there was no way he was going peacefully. Stay still, one of the men demanded. Fudge drew out his wand and pointed it at Damien. Crucio. A scream tore from Damien's lips as he thrashed even more until the curse was lifted. Panting and convulsing slightly, he hung limply in their grasp, his emerald eyes wide and glazed at what the minister had just done. Fudge smirked victoriously as he slipped the wand back into his robes, and they continued on as if nothing had happened. The common room was completely empty, and Damien wondered briefly if the dance was still going on. He immediately dismissed the stupid thought. The after effects of the cruciatus were making him slightly delusional. They drug him out of the snake pit, and Damien knew precisely why the common room was so empty. In the entrance hall, every student of Hogwarts was lined up, staring and whispering fearfully to one another. Damien spotted Draco being held limply by another ministry wizard, though he looked petrified instead of crucified. He saw a couple other Slytherin students as well as a couple Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor students being held carelessly. "We've got all of the recruits, Minister," one of the ministry wizards sneered at them all. Damien's eyes combed the crowd for any sign of Ginny, Hermione, Ron, Dumbledore, or his father. "Excellent," he heard the minister reply. "Take them all to Azkaban." Damien closed his eyes against the different whispers and murmurs among the students. Damien Snape, a Death Eater. He always seemed too nice to be a Slytherin, let alone a Death Eater. It's always the ones that you least expect. Malfoy isn't a surprise. Cho can't be a Death Eater. She's not, you idiot. She was supposed to be a spy. Why doesn't she just tell them that? That excuse has been used so many times that they won't believe it. Yeah, I doubt that even if Dumbledore appealed they wouldn't let her go. Damien reopened his eyes when they started moving as he stared at his schoolmates. Some were glaring at him, others were staring disbelievingly at him. "It will be all right, Damien. We'll get you out, just hold on." Damien's head snapped up to see Dumbledore looking at him sadly. His blue eyes, usually so full of twinkles and cheerfulness, were now glazed and slightly dulled. That small detail brought Damien more fear than Vernon had ever inflicted upon him. "Where's my father?" He tried to yell to the man pleadingly, but only a whisper escaped his now chapped lips. Dumbledore seemed to have heard him anyway. The older man opened his mouth to respond, but Damien was promptly struck hard in the stomach. The boy all but crumpled into a heap on the floor, gasping painfully for air. "Move along," the wizard holding him commanded, but Damien didn't listen, as he was drugged carelessly. Stars clouded Damien's vision and he grit his teeth as he tried to regain his breathing. Cold air hit his fragile lungs, making them burn terribly. He could feel his eyes watering from the pain. Dimly, he could hear voices shouting to one another before he was thrust into a dark carriage. He opened his blurry eyes just in time to see Fudge shut and bolt the door. Darkness reigned and Damien shuddered. It was always in the darkness where he was beaten. "Damien," he heard Draco whisper from somewhere beside him. He turned, reaching out his arms to blindly feel for his friend. Where are you?" he whispered back. His knees buckled as they started to move. They're really taking us to Azkaban, aren't they?" A terrified voice broke the short silence that had fallen. Damien recognized it as Lisa Turpin's voice. He wasn't that surprised that she was a Death Eater. She always had been one to hang around the Slytherins. She came from an old, pure-blood family which was about as old as the Weasleys. Thinking of the redhead family that he considered as his own made him think of Ginny. He missed her so much at that time. He missed her laughter, her smile, her glittering brown eyes. How he wished that he could see her again. Realization seemed to hit Damien at full force. He might not ever get to see his family again. His family, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, his father, Dumbledore, even Draco and Pansy seemed to be included in his family. Draco was with him now, which helped tremendously. He could hear the buddy's fast breathing from right beside him and Damien reached out to touch his shoulder. He felt slightly comforted that at least one member of his espoused family was with him. He missed them all. Even though he had just seen them before he had gone to sleep, he had a feeling in his gut that he would never see them again. It suddenly felt as if he were losing them, as if their image was slowly fading away in his mind, being replaced with a cold emptiness. He remembered all the times he had joked around with his friends, when he'd stay up late with Draco and Pansy in the snake pit, quietly doing their homework that was due the next day. He remembered staying up late with Ginny in the astronomy tower as they watched the moon, sometimes sipping on butterbeer or pumpkin juice. He remembered studying tediously with Hermione in the library, sometimes disputing about their opinions to each other about a theory or a spell for hours on end before they both realized that they had missed dinner. He remembered being constantly cremated by Ron at wizard chess while Draco snickered slightly in the background and Ginny, Hermione, and Pansy rolled their eyes at their immaturity. He remembered staying for hours in the room of requirement with all of his friends, laughing and talking about something stupid that had happened earlier that day. Most of all though, he remembered the nights that he had stayed at his father's rooms, where they'd sit in front of the crackling fireplace and talk about one another's day, or when Damien would eagerly listen to his father's stories about his mother in her school days. Damien sat down on the cold floor. Those times seemed like heaven now. "There's still trial," a voice reassured him in the back of his head, but he shook it off. Fudge hated his father as well as anyone or anything to do with Death Eaters. There was no way that he would get out of this one. He rested his forehead on his knees, his breathing rapid. He already felt cold. Right at that moment, Damien wanted his father with him so badly that it surprised him slightly. He wanted his father to be there with him, to tell him that everything was going to be okay, to give him that feeling of protection that he got whenever he was around the man. For him to sneer playfully at him as he said some mock sarcastic comment when his onyx eyes were glittering playful. What Damien liked the most was the way his father had changed since the discovery. It was obvious to everyone how much his father cared for him, and Damien loved it when his father's cold gaze, though not as cold and uncaring as it used to be, would brighten immediately, even shining with a touch of pride whenever he, Damien, came into the picture. Damien was drawn out of his musings when the carriage finally stopped and the door was opened, bathing them all with the light from the wizard's wands. Damien was yanked from his spot and he immediately felt heavy metal clunk around his wrists as a ministry wizard put a heavy set of shackles on him. His breathing quickened even more. He hated being bound and helpless. Draco was shoved into him, causing him to fall on the ground heavily. The buddy looked at him apologetically. He was gagged. Draco reached out a hand to help Damien up, only to be snatched roughly away by Fudge to be handcuffed also. Damien stood up shakily, finding it much more difficult due to his manacled hands. They were immediately forced down into a rickety, wooden rowboat. Damien's eyes widened fearfully as he stared at the small island that they were fast approaching, which was also home to the wizarding prison, Azkaban. He felt Draco tense slightly from beside him and knew that the buddy was afraid also. Damien briefly wondered what the Malfoy saw whenever the Dementors came near him. A scraping sound reached the boy's ears as the boat harbored. They were heaved out of the boat and all but dragged to the doors of the dreaded wizard prison. Damien closed his eyes as he felt the familiar coldness wash over him. He shuddered as his mother's screams started ringing loudly into his ears. Albus Dumbledore let his eyes roam over the occupants in his office. There were 4 to be exact, each one were teachers here and also members of the Order. Remus, Minerva, Phileas, and Severus were all gathered around his desk in chairs. Each one was quiet, each one lost in their own thoughts. No one looked happy. Albus didn't blame the saddened faces. He was not happy either. 9 students had been arrested and sent to Azkaban. 9 students had been expelled. 9 children would never have a future, all because of a simple mistake they made. The mistake wasn't actually that simple. No, it was a huge mistake, a mistake that many children before them had made. One of them was now sitting right in front of him. Albus gazed down at the man he considered a son. Had it been any other circumstances, then Albus would have smiled at Severus's great worry for his son. But this wasn't another circumstance. No, this one was big, one not to be joked about. Damien and Draco, along with Cho Chang, his other spy, had been taken. The 3 were as innocent of being loyal Death Eaters as Albus was of being the Dark Lord. Cho had been working as a spy for Albus for about a year now. She had been crucified only twice in that year and she hadn't been asked to do much of anything, except try to find a weakness in Harry Potter. That was mainly the reason why Albus had allowed Damien and Draco to be marked. He had thought that they would be treated as Cho had. But, alas, even Albus Dumbledore could be wrong. Obviously, since Voldemort assumed that the two had more pain tolerance and were more strong-willed, they were treated almost as he treated his Death Eaters. Except for Damien, that is, Damien would have been treated better since Voldemort had planned for him to be the heir of Slytherin. The thought of the determined boy made Albus's thoughts float back to Severus. The boy was so much like his father that it was uncanny. The only difference was that he didn't have the short fuse that his father had, and the fact that the boy was so much more accepting and warm than Severus. Other than that, and of course the boy's eyes, Damien was exactly like Severus. Albus was glad that Damien, unlike his father, had dealt with his unloving relatives easier and better than Severus had when he was a boy. Severus had become cold and uncaring because of the lack of love in his life. Damien, who had had friends to help him along the way, had instead taken the abuse and loathing that his relatives had given him, and used it to make him stronger. Even though Damien still had a small problem with raised voices and being called boy, he coped with it all better than Severus ever had. Albus allowed his gaze to focus on the man in front of him. His thoughtfulness immediately morphed into sympathy for the man in front of him. He had never seen Severus so lost and devastated. The man was currently sitting in one of the chairs in front of the headmaster's desk. He was very pale. His face was in his hands, his black eyes, usually so cold or, when it came to Damien, warm, was now squeezed tightly shut, his breath coming out in hissing pants as he struggled to regain his composure. Albus reached out a hand and put it on the man's shoulder. Severus. Severus brushed his hand off his shoulder irritably. Back off, Albus, I don't need your pity. He snarled, though it was obvious that he was shaking. Severus, it is not your fault, Albus whispered gently to the man. Don't say that, Albus. Severus snapped, taking his head out of his hands to glare at the old man. You know as well as I do that it is completely my fault. Severus, I shouldn't have even let him get marked. It was just a mistake, Severus. But I shouldn't have made the mistake. I'm the parent. I'm the one that is supposed to protect my child. Me. Severus was now standing. Albus gave the man a compassionate look. I'm sure he doesn't blame you. That doesn't matter anymore, Severus yelled, forgetting that there were others in the room besides the headmaster and himself. What matters is that he'll spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. What matters is I am the one who put him there. Severus seemed to falter at the last part and he slumped back down in his chair, still shaking. What matters is that I'll never get to see him again, he whispered, and the meaning seemed to hit him at full force. He would never get to see his son again. He would never get to see Damien, the only person that was keeping him alive at this moment, the only reason for living, ever again. That the boy would spend endless nights, shivering in a cold cell in Azkaban, being forced to constantly hear his mother's, Cedric Diggory's, and his godfather's deaths over and over again. It tore Severus up to know that he did that to his son. He put him in Azkaban. He allowed the boy to get marked. It was all his fault. There is still trial, Severus, Albus reminded him softly. Severus snorted mentally. Trail, what good would that do? Fudge hated anything to do with Voldemort, and if he finds someone with a mark, then they'll go to Azkaban no matter what. Fudge had made sure of that after Severus was let free due to Albus's appeal. Fudge had been furious, and ever since that moment, the minister had hated Severus with a passion. Another reason why the trial wouldn't work. Severus closed his eyes as he felt an unfamiliar burning sensation in them. He would never get to hear Damien laugh again, or chatter insensitively again, or just live again. He would never see Damien's twinkling emerald eyes that had once belonged to his best friend, never see Damien grow up and get married and have children of his own. He would never see the boy's smiling face again. He'd never feel the now familiar love and pride he felt for Damien. He would never get to hear the word, Dad, cross his son's lips ever again. Severus felt like the world was crashing down upon him. And things were just about to get worse. My lord, the ministry has taken some of our recruits prisoner, Lucius Malfoy spoke quietly to the ground rather than looking the monster into the eyes. Crucio. Lucius winced as the curse sailed by him and struck another Death Eater somewhere behind him. A muffled yell filled the air as one of the newest Death Eaters from Durmstrang rolled around on the ground in agony. The buddy man sighed in relief. Maybe he would get through this meeting without being crucified for once. Lately, the Dark Lord had been more short-tempered than usual since his finest Death Eater, Severus Snape, and his future heir, Damien Snape, had betrayed him. He took his anger out on his other Death Eaters, namely Lucius. Perfect. Lucius jumped at the pleased response before clearing his throat importantly. Might I ask what is so perfect about this plan, my lord? His voice almost shook as he prepared himself to be hit by the dreaded curse for the 4th time this week. Fortunately, it didn't come. Instead, the Dark Lord responded with surprising patience. Take 3 of our first-rank Death Eaters to Azkaban prison. We attack tonight, Voldemort commanded as he idly twirled his wand between his fingers. A murmur ran through the group at their master's command. Voldemort paced around the circle and eyed them impatiently. Well, what are you waiting for? I want my heir back. No one opposes Lord Voldemort. Lucius bowed before hurrying away with the 2 Lestranges and McNair, his black robe swirling behind him and his face 2 shades paler. Damien shivered in his cell, his knees were drawn up to his chest as he rocked slowly back and forth. From somewhere beside him, he could hear Draco murmuring quietly to himself. He wondered what the buddy was experiencing. Well, whatever it was clear that it was scaring the shit out of him. Damien himself had just experienced the time when Severus had told him that he didn't care if he lived or not. That seemed ages ago, and yet it still scared him into thinking that Severus might abandon him one day. He had already witnessed his godfather's death around 6 times, not to mention the times that he had seen Cedric and his mother die. It hurt more than he thought it ever would. He had tried to prepare himself for Azkaban, for the horrors he knew he was to face, but now it seemed that nothing could have prepared him for this. It was horrible, like living in a nightmare with no one to wake you up, no one that cared. He felt like an endless void as of right now, as if he could barely even remember the people he loved, like his father, Ginny, Ron, and Hermione. Their images, their faces seemed to be floating away, and he, Damien, was helpless to bring them back. Damien curled up into a tighter ball as a Dementor stopped by his cell for the 5th time since he had gotten thrown into it. Damien pressed himself flat against the stone wall of the cell, trying desperately to meld into the wall and get away from the horrid creature. A rattling sound met his ears as the Dementor started to suck in any memory of Ginny, Hermione, Ron, or his father that he might have. Damien closed his eyes as his mother's screams rang in his ears once again. The coldness seemed to consume him, and he suddenly felt as if he were falling in an endless hole. Damien, said boy jumped as a familiar voice met his ears. His emerald eyes shot open and he took in his surroundings hesitantly. He was still curled up against the wall, but the Dementor was gone. Apparently he had passed out. Damien, he heard Draco's voice call out again. He shakily got to his feet and walked as fast as he could to the bars of his cell. He grabbed onto the iron bars and pressed his face against it, his dulled green eyes staring across the dark aisle hopefully. What? His voice sounded dry and raspy to his ears. A second later, Draco Malfoy's familiar silvery buddy head came into his peripheral vision. Did you hear that? Draco asked. His buddy hair was on end, mixed with dirt and sweat. Damien quieted his breathing and listened intently. He heard it, a muffled rumble from somewhere deeper inside the prison. His frightened eyes met Draco's and they stared at one another for a minute before turning back to the long aisle that led deeper into Azkaban. There was silence, then a loud bang echoed through the corridor, making the walls shudder. Damien sucked in his breath as 4 dark figures made their way to his and Draco's cell. Those aren't Dementors, he whispered to Draco. The figures moved too swiftly to be Dementors, too rough. No, they were wizards, Death Eaters, he could tell by their masks and robes. Draco, he began, I think they're Death Eaters. The buddy said nothing as he stared blankly at the approaching figures. Stop, a voice commanded. The ministry wizard that had carried Damien into Azkaban strode over to the cloaked figures, his wand drawn threateningly. Stop in the name of the Ministry of Mag. Whatever he was going to say next was cut off. One figure spoke in a hushed tone. Avada Kedavra. there was a flash of green light, a rushing sound, and the man's now lifeless body dropped heavily onto the ground right in front of Damien's cell. Damien's eyes widened as he stumbled away from the body, his breathing quickened rapidly as he flashed back to when Cedric died. It was all his fault, again. This poor man was just another victim that had been killed because of Damien. Sure, he hadn't been all that nice, but he had just been doing his job. Damien squeezed his eyes shut as he fought down the bile rising in his throat. He could hear Draco calling to him but couldn't respond. He clamped a hand over his mouth and didn't even respond when the figure that had killed the ministry wizard blasted away the bars of his cell and roughly hauled Damien out of his cell. He didn't respond when they port-keyed away to the Riddle house. He didn't respond when the 4 Death Eaters drug him into the meeting room. He finally looked up when he recognized the familiar burning in his forehead, magnified 100 times what he was used to. He let out a soft whimper of pain and clamped both hands over the hidden scar. "Damien," Draco asked from beside him. "Are you all right?" Damien shook his head and finally looked up to glance around at his surroundings. The room was exactly how he had remembered it. The Death Eaters were in a circle around him and he realized that Draco was no longer beside him. His eyes darted around frantically for his friend and he spotted the buddy beside Lucius Malfoy, looking as haughty as ever. Draco glanced at him almost apologetically as Damien watched him accept the Death Eater robes that his father offered to him. He swallowed. He was all alone now. Draco couldn't help him. His father didn't know he was here, nor did Dumbledore or the Order. He was going to die. Realization hit him at full force and he felt sick again. He was going to die. He was never going to see daylight again. He was going to die at Voldemort's hand. The prophecy will be fulfilled tonight. His eyes refocused on the man at the front of the circle. He felt as if he had swallowed his tongue as his head exploded in pain. Lord Voldemort looked down upon him with interest, a cruel smirk planted on his face that clearly yelled out, "I win." "Damien Snape," he spoke calmly. "How nice to see my precious heir again. I will never be your heir. I'd rather die than serve you." Damien yelled in a raspy voice. He felt his heart turn to ice. Why had he said that? His stupid-ass Gryffindor foolishness had gotten the better of him once again. He settled on biting his tongue to suppress the pain. Voldemort started to laugh, a cruel sound that echoed through the large room. Damien shivered and the Death Eaters shifted uncomfortably. The Dark Lord continued to smirk at him. "I'm afraid you lost that choice when you were marked, Mr. Snape." Damien swallowed. The pain was unbearable now. He couldn't see. Everything seemed to be in a big, dull haze. He blinked rapidly to clear his vision and held his ground as Voldemort towered over him. "If you are going to die," he told himself, "then you will die with honor, you won't die begging for mercy. Don't give that bastard the pleasure." Damien agreed with the voice and looked up into the Dark Lord's eyes. His head felt as if it were splitting open. Just like last year except worse, so much worse. Voldemort's smirk turned into a sneer. "You will pay. You and your pathetic father will pay. No one opposes Lord Voldemort." He paused as he studied Damien's tortured expression almost curiously. "But I still need an heir," he said in an acid tone as his eyes bore into Damien's. "Never," Damien whispered weakly as he looked the monster into the eyes. "I will never join you." It was getting much more difficult to talk. Voldemort's eyes flashed in anger and he spoke so coldly that Damien shivered not only at his words but at his tone. "You will be my heir and I will crush every resistance that you have even if I have to hunt down every loved one you have." Severus shakily stirred his tea as he reached for a muffin only to knock over the pitcher of pumpkin juice. Dumbledore put a hand on his shoulder. "Relax, Severus, or you will not make it through breakfast." Severus closed his eyes briefly and took a deep breath. "He's already been in Azkaban for 2 days, Albus," his voice shook as he spoke. "How long could it take to get an appeal? What if we're too late? I can't lose him, Albus." "Severus," Dumbledore interrupted gently. "Everything will be all right, I promise you that." Severus sighed again and took a sip of tea. "Oh my goodness," Professor McGonagall exclaimed from beside him as she stared at the Daily Prophet. "What is it, Minerva?" Dumbledore asked calmly. Professor McGonagall glanced at Severus cautiously before slowly handing over the paper. Severus stared down at his son's smiling face as he read the headline. Death Eaters attack on Azkaban. Snape and Malfoy escaped. Beside Damien's picture was a picture of Draco Malfoy. Severus's heart skipped a beat as he read the paper. On the night of January 11, 1997, another Death Eater attack was launched on Azkaban prison. Draco Malfoy and Damien Snape were found missing from their cells, and their guard, Philip Marchesi, was found dead by the killing curse. Snape and Malfoy were arrested only 2 nights before from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and were labeled as Death Eaters in training. The dark mark was found on both boys' forearms, and Ministry wizards suspect that you-know-who may be coming back for the remaining Death Eaters still locked away in Azkaban that were arrested on the same night as Snape and Malfoy. Meanwhile, Severus looked up from the paper to glance at Albus. The old man looked very pale, a rather unusual sight to be seen on Albus Dumbledore. It made Severus shiver. I should have known something like this would happen, Dumbledore whispered as he sat back looking very old all of a sudden. But we are going to save him, Severus told the man. The Dark Lord will kill him, Albus. We have to find him. Albus shook his head. There's nothing we can do, Severus. Why not? Severus exclaimed as he stood up, glaring down at the headmaster. How can you say that? You said he was just like a grandson to you, and yet you sit there and do nothing when he needs us the most. Severus. Dumbledore began looking up at the potions master with tired eyes. We cannot just attack Tom and survive no matter how many order members we have. They will be expecting that. We need to wait. But I don't want to wait. Severus roared, attracting the attention of the students. What I want is to have my son back. To know that he isn't going to be mutilated by a monster just because he tried to do the right thing. I will not wait while he is out there suffering when it is my fault in the first place that he is out there. A ringing silence met the end of Severus's rant. Dumbledore sighed, ignoring the students' shocked and curious looks as he reached up to rub his eyes tiredly. I know, Severus, it's only your nature to want to keep your child from harm, but we have to wait, Severus. There is no other choice unless you wish to. Ahem, Albus said very quietly, taking note to the students, who were still staring at them. Reveal him. He glanced around at the students and cleared his throat. If you could please get back to your breakfast, we would be most appreciative, he said, addressing the students. The chatter and talk started back up almost reluctantly, though it was obvious that many of the students were still staring at their 2 professors. Albus turned back to Severus, who was staring blankly at him. Why do you say that? Because, why would the leader of the Order try to rescue a Death Eater? It wouldn't make sense, and the only way we could explain our actions would be to reveal who he really is, Dumbledore spoke very quietly. We can't do that, Severus whispered, glaring at Dumbledore. He'd die for sure, and if he did manage to survive, then everyone would hate him, shun him because he is the son of a supposed Death Eater. Exactly my point, Dumbledore said wisely. A squawk rang through the hall and he looked up to see a raven flying at top speed toward them. It flew by Severus and dropped a note on his lap before taking off again. Severus stared at the black envelope cautiously and glanced over at Dumbledore, who gave a firm nod. Slowly he broke the seal and took out the note. It only had one line on it. Your son is mine now. There was no signature, but none was needed. Severus dropped the letter with trembling hands and sat stock still as Dumbledore reached down to pick it up and read it. Severus, Dumbledore whispered as he stared at the frozen potions master. Severus was quiet as he stared unblinkingly at the man he had considered a father so many times. Without a word he stood up and strode out of the great hall, a scowl planted firmly on his face. Crucio! A ragged scream echoed through the cavernous room, followed by the sniggers of the others who were in it. Damien panted as the curse was lifted from him. His already sore throat burned terribly once again. The Death Eaters jeered at him, daring him to keep resisting. Damien groaned as he tried to move. He was lying on his back in the middle of the circle of Death Eaters. The Dark Lord was looming over him, his wand still trained on him. Damien swallowed. They had been at it for hours, but he wouldn't give in. He would never serve that monster. Have you had enough, Damien? Voldemort asked mockingly. Damien said nothing. He was too concentrated on the still increasing pain in forehead. He was surprised that it hadn't gone numb from the pain. He nearly gagged at the smell. To put it simply, he was lying in a pool of his own blood. He had thought that he had experienced pain before, but he was wrong, so wrong. The pain that he had felt at the Ministry of Magic last year was nothing compared to this. He had lost count of the number of crucifixes that had been cast on him. Everything seemed to be in a big blur, and the only thing his worn-out mind could comprehend was the pain. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped up to him, bowing before the Dark Lord. "My lord, if I may," she asked humbly. Her smile was hidden by her mask. "Of course, Bella," Voldemort smirked at his most loyal Death Eater. "Thank you, my lord." She took off her mask and pulled out a small vial of a yellowish potion from her robes, smirking at Damien. "Here you go, sweetie," she cooed mockingly as she opened the vial and put it to Damien's lips. "Open up." Damien clamped his mouth shut as tightly as he could shut and glared at her defiantly. Her smirk turned into an angry scowl as her cooing voice hardened significantly. "I said open up." She kneed him hard in the stomach and Damien hissed in pain. Bellatrix grabbed his chin and forced his mouth open before pouring the liquid into his mouth. It tasted strongly of overcooked cabbage, like the polyjuice potion had, except the taste was more stronger. Bellatrix smirked victoriously as she stepped back and waited for the potion to take effect. For a moment, Damien felt nothing, then all of a sudden, a horrible pain tore through his body. He clamped his mouth shut once again as he felt a wail of pain welling up in his throat. It felt exactly like the Cruciatus curse, like a million hot knives cutting into him over and over again. Damien waited tersely for the pain to recede like the Cruciatus eventually did, but the pain only grew. Why wouldn't it stop? He felt as if he were bleeding. The knives were stabbing into him over and over again. It wouldn't stop, the pain only got worse. It was like the Cruciatus times 10, and it felt as if it wasn't stopping anytime soon. The pain magnified even more, and Damien was surprised that he didn't feel blood running down his body. Perhaps he was starting to get numb. A scream finally tore from his mouth as it echoed loudly across the room, filled with more pain than any Cruciatus curse could have ever done. Voldemort chuckled. "Excellent potion, Bellatrix," he commented as he watched Damien's squirming form with amusement. "The razor-edge potion, I assume?" he asked idly. Bellatrix nodded, pleased with her master's comment. "Yes, Severus brought it in on the last meeting he attended." Voldemort's smirk widened as he bent down next to Damien and whispered in the boy's ear, "You hear that, Damien? Your father made this potion. He did this to you. He caused you this pain, not I. Just one word, Damien, and this will stop." Damien let out another yell of pain as Voldemort put a hand on his shoulder to stop his squirming. His father had made this potion. No, his father didn't know that Voldemort would use this potion on him. It wasn't his fault. He knew that. His father never would have given the monster this potion had he known what it would be used for. His father. Damien's heart ached as he thought of the man. He missed him so much. He wished that he were here right now, comforting him, telling him that he was doing the right thing. Anything, he just wanted to hear his father's voice again. He could barely even remember what he looked like, his mind was so clouded with pain. "Dad," he whispered so quietly that only he could hear himself. He watched as Voldemort drew back with a scowl and raised his wand to Damien again. Please help me, Dad. I need you." His scream rose astonishingly as the Dark Lord added the Cruciatus curse to the potion. The wind whipped against him powerfully, but he did not recede. He had a mission and there was no way that he was going to abort it. Night had fallen and it made the shadows that danced across the houses look like spirits. He stared up at the towering house of Riddle and felt a small touch of fear nudge its way into his heart. No, he could not be afraid, he could not afford to be afraid. If he was, then it could cost Damien's life, and nothing, not even his own, was worth that. He took a deep breath and told himself that whatever he was about to do, whatever he was about to sacrifice would be worth it as long as he completed his purpose for coming here. With that thought in mind, he started to walk into the Riddle house only to freeze when a scream tore through the quiet night. Severus froze instantly. He knew that sound, he had heard it a million times during occlumency lessons. It was Damien. Without a thought about what he was doing, Severus rushed into the house. Damien felt absent. He felt as if he weren't even alive. It was as if he was dying and yet his body was still alive. He knew he was slipping. He could only take so much after all, he was only 16. He was slowly losing his mind, he knew. Ever since the first cruciatus had been fired, he had felt himself start to fade away, but now, the pain was so bad, it hurt so much, he couldn't take it anymore. He wasn't going to die, he was going to go insane, lose his mind and forget everything and everyone in his life. He was going to be exactly like Neville's parents, Alice and Frank, empty and blank, not recognizing even the most important people in his life. He suddenly thought about his father and his friends. What were their names again? Ronnie and Hermione. No, it was Ron and Herma. No, Hermione. Yes, that was it, Ron and Hermione. And Ginny and his father, and Draco and Pansy. He remembered their names at least, though he could barely remember what they looked like at that point. The pain was unbearable, he no longer had any sense of time. An hour could have passed for all he knew. Damien closed his eyes and tried to focus on what his friends looked like through the blinding pain. Thinking only hurt his head more, and he suddenly couldn't even remember where he was. Where was he? Why was he in pain in the first place? What about his mother? Why couldn't he remember her? What was his name again? A haze seemed to settle itself in his mind and he suddenly didn't think of anything. Voldemort watched the boy. He could tell that Damien was slipping, not his resistance, but his mind. He narrowed his eyes. He couldn't have a air if the boy was insane like Bellatrix had done to the Longbottoms. Give him the antidote, now, he commanded to Bellatrix. She bowed shortly and hurried over to the boy, forcing his mouth open to pour in the antidote. She hoped that he wasn't insane. She could tell that her master would kill her for crushing his heir's mind. Damien's body went limp as the antidote began to take effect. Bellatrix could hear the boy's shallow breathing, but that didn't guarantee that he was still sane. She kicked him hard in the ribs. Get up, boy, you're not dead. Don't touch him. The Dark Lord snapped to her and she immediately recoiled. He walked over to his heir and bent over the boy. Enervate, he muttered, and Damien's eyes slowly opened. Bellatrix sighed in relief from behind her mask. Dad, Damien whispered blearily as he looked around with unseeing eyes. Voldemort's eyes narrowed at Bellatrix, who took a step back and glanced at the dazed boy cautiously. Dad, Damien asked again as he stared past Voldemort to someone else. Voldemort whirled around in time to hear a loud "stupefy." He had to jump out of the way of the giant, red jet of lighting. Briefly, he wondered why it was so big, but he dismissed the thought as his eyes focused on the person who had fired it. Severus Snape stood tall beside Draco Malfoy. His wand was drawn and trained on the Dark Lord. Dad, Damien whispered weakly before he passed out once again. Crucio, Voldemort roared, and a jet of red light issued from his wand toward Severus. The man dodged the unforgivable curse and yelled at the top of his lungs, Lumus Solum. A blinding flash of light filled the room and Voldemort roared in fury. Severus wasted no time in hurrying to pick up Damien. He cradled the boy to his chest and cursed at the blood that his son was soaked in. He needed to get Damien out of here. The light was just beginning to fade as Severus wheeled around to run out of the door. He heard Voldemort's yell of fury followed by an Avada Kedavra. Severus allowed himself to fall to the floor with his body over Damien as the emerald curse whizzed by his head. He felt someone pull on his arm and looked up to see two figures looming over him. Lucius, Draco, he whispered, eyeing the older Malfoy with caution. Was Lucius a spy too? But that seemed impossible. Lucius Malfoy was one of Lord Voldemort's most trusted Death Eaters. He was anything but good, and almost any wizard could feel the dark magic radiating off from the man whenever he was around. But then again, Lucius was always the good actor when they had been in school, but this was just genius. Severus had always known that Lucius was one of the most cunning and intelligent people he'd ever met, but he had never known that Lucius was this good. What the hell are you doing here, Severus? Lucius hissed as he hauled his old friend up. Draco raised his wand and yelled, Protega, as a Death Eater aimed a stupefy at them. Lucius, Voldemort roared. Severus glanced apologetically at Lucius. Looks like your spying days are over too, he muttered quietly before taking a step back and tightening his grip on Damien. You are a spy, aren't you? Lucius took off his mask and rolled his ice blue eyes. Always the cautious one, aren't you, Severus? You haven't changed a bit. Follow me. Severus took another step back, staring at Lucius as if to say, and you expect me to just follow you? Draco nodded and stepped up next to his father. Don't worry, he assured as he glanced briefly at Lucius. He's been a spy almost as long as you have. Severus narrowed his eyes suspiciously but said nothing. It was obvious that he wanted to say something, but they didn't have the time as Death Eaters started throwing curses at them while Voldemort raised his wand. Follow me. Come on. Lucius snapped impatiently as he shoved Draco down to avoid a crucio that had been aimed at him. He led Severus through a door that led to a flight of stairs. Where are we going? The exit is the other way, Severus snapped as he glanced over his shoulder anxiously. Lucius shook his head. Blocked, he muttered in word of response. It is always the first thing to be blocked when prisoners are trying to escape. They continued to run up the stairs until they came to a door. Severus stopped to catch his breath after running up the many flights of stairs. Come on, Draco snapped as he ran over to Severus's side in an attempt to help him hurry. Where are we? Severus panted as he walked slowly up to Lucius. Roof, the buddy said shortly as he peered down the stairs to see if anyone was coming. What? Severus exclaimed. What are we doing on the roof? We are cornered now, you realize. Unless that was your plan in the first place. Stop being so paranoid, Lucius snapped. Yes, I am a spy, and no, this wasn't my plan. I am as wanted as you and Damien now. He paused to sweep back his hair and Severus sneered. Well, forgive me if it's a little hard to believe this coming from the man that made me practically beep Lily, he retorted icily. Lucius stiffened and turned to glare at Severus. This isn't the time or place to talk about this, Severus, he spat. We don't have enough time. Now there is a pond we can jump into. It's too much of a jump, we'll be killed. No, we won't. It's very deep. Just don't loose Damien, Draco answered for his father before the man could open his mouth. They're coming. We need to go now, Lucius commanded as he flicked his wand and muttered, Alohomora. The door sprang open and the four traitors hurried out onto the roof. This way, Lucius yelled over his shoulder as he walked over to the northern edge of the roof. Come on, hurry or they'll reach us before we get a chance to get out of the pond. And where exactly do we go from there? Walk. They'll catch us in less than an hour, Severus exclaimed as he tightened his hold on his son. Use your head, Severus. I have an emergency portkey. Lucius turned to stare down at the dark water. Why are you here anyway? You know that Dumbledore wouldn't let anything happen to your precious son and Draco, and I wasn't going to let him die. Oh yes, Severus stated quite coldly. And you were doing a marvelous job of taking care of him. He sneered. Besides, I wouldn't know that you were a spy now, would I? You know as well as I do that we couldn't just reveal ourselves to try and save him because it would have never worked, Lucius retorted. That is the #1 rule for any spy, is to never reveal themselves in a crowd of their enemies. Not to mention it's common sense, Severus. You wouldn't be saying that if Draco were in Damien's place, Severus said crisply. Lucius's face darkened but he said nothing. Quick, Draco yelled as he came running over to them from the doorway. They're coming. We need to jump now. Severus took a small step toward the edge of the roof and cautiously glanced down at the placid water. Are you sure about? Yes, the two Malfoys exclaimed in unison. Stun them, you idiots. Stun them or the Lord will have our heads. He heard a nameless Death Eater shout at the others. A shrill laugh made him wince and Bellatrix Lestrange took off her mask, revealing her dark, lidded eyes and sickly face. I always knew that we couldn't trust you after the Lord killed your dear sister, Lucius, she mocked, and Lucius stiffened. She paused to sweep back her long hair. I tried to tell him that you and Severus would betray him, but he never listened. She smirked widely, revealing her yellowing teeth. But you have a son, Severus. She eyed Damien's limp form and her lips curled into a nasty smile. After all, there is things much more worse than death, isn't there? Go, Lucius yelled. Go now. We'll handle them and meet you outside the wards directly. But, shut up and go. Severus backed away toward the edge and glanced at his old friend and student before tightening his hold on Damien and leaping off the roof. He heard Bellatrix's scream of fury before he felt a rush of wind followed by an icy coldness as they both plunged into the pond a couple seconds later. As soon as he got his bearings back, he kicked toward the surface, making sure that he was still holding onto Damien. He broke the surface, gulping in air greedily as he held Damien's head above the surface. His lungs felt as if they were on fire. He quickly made his way to the shore and trumped out of the pond before making his way to the edge of the forest that circled Little Hangleton. When he reached the end of the wards, he gently set Damien down and finally took in the full extent of his son's injuries. The boy was a bloody mess. Cuts and lacerations ran up and down the boy's pale body. His left wrist was twisted in a very wrong way. Tremors ran through his body as an after effect of the cruciatus, and Severus could tell that the boy had been under it for a very long time. He began to fear Damien's mental state. What if the boy had been driven to insanity? What if he was just an empty shell right now? What if he didn't recognize Severus, himself? Severus really didn't want to think about it. Damien jerked suddenly and his eyes flew open for a moment. They opened and closed a few times before focusing on Severus. "Dad," Damien whispered questioningly before he passed out again. Severus fumbled with a pocket of his robes for a moment before pulling out his wand and casting a quick drying spell on the both of them. He then took off his cloak and wrapped it around his son. Damien stirred but didn't wake. Severus watched the boy for a moment before he heard a stumbling sound. His head shot up and he kept a tight grip on his wand as he waited. A moment later, Draco and Lucius came into view and Severus sighed in relief. "Any trouble?" he asked quietly. "Bella was a bit hard to stun but we got her," Lucius replied as he took something off his wrist. Severus peered closer and found that it was a Muggle watch. "Well, that's surprising." He nodded to the watch and the buddy shrugged. "It's the last thing anyone would think is a portkey." Lucius tapped it a couple times with the tip of his wand. "Dumbledore is going to kill you, I hope you know," he said in a slightly taunting way as he scowled at the headmaster's name. Lucius had always hated Dumbledore. Severus knew that, and he guessed that even if Lucius really did work for the light, he still hated the man. "Yes, I know, and frankly, I don't care," he retorted evenly as he grabbed on to a portion of the portkey and picked up Damien again. Draco did the same and Severus felt a pull from behind his navel and the last thing he heard was, "Stupefy," before a rush of color filled his vision. His feet hit the ground and he immediately collapsed on top of Damien. He really hated portkeys. He quickly stood up and picked the boy up before he called over his shoulder, "Come on. We need to go now." When no one followed, he whirled around only to see Lucius lying on the ground, stunned. He rolled his eyes. Draco snorted at his father's indulgent look and muttered, "Finite incantatum." Lucius immediately straightened up, making sure there were no creases in his robes and that every hair was in place before following an impatient Severus. "We've wasted time," Severus snapped as the buddy passed by him. "He's losing blood." "Then stop squabbling and let's go," Lucius called over his shoulder in a bored voice. It was now completely dark and Hogwarts was all lit up, making it look even more splendid. The three hurried into the castle, making sure that they stayed hidden from the prefects that were patrolling the halls as they made their way up to the hospital wing with their precious load. Severus burst into the informatory first, closely followed by the Malfoys. Poppy was drawn out of her office by the noise and looked as if she was prepared to treat a student whom had gotten into a fight. She nearly jumped out of her skin at the sight of them. "Oh my goodness," Poppy exclaimed as she laid eyes on Draco and Lucius. "What are they doing in here? They are both supposed to be in Azkaban." "Just shut up and treat Damien, woman," Severus snapped as he started to take Damien's tattered robes off. Poppy's eyes widened astonishingly as she stared at Damien's bloodied body. "Oh my," she looked tearfully at Severus. "He was tortured, wasn't he?" she whispered. "Obviously," he snapped. "Now treat him, damn it. He's losing blood." Poppy wiped away her tears and switched into nurse mode as she began to clean Damien up. She stopped for a moment though and turned back to stare at Lucius. "I know that Damien and Draco are spies, but Lucius Malfoy is a Death Eater." "No, he isn't," Draco jumped to his father's defense. "Just trust us, he's not loyal to the Dark Lord, at least, not anymore." "And what is that supposed to mean, exactly?" Severus snapped as he turned to Lucius. "I'll go get the headmaster," Draco said quietly, not wanting to get involved. "Make sure to stay out of sight," Lucius called to the boy. "You broke out of Azkaban, remember?" Draco muttered something and hurried out of the wing to get Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore is not going to be happy with you, Severus," Poppy murmured as she continued to clean up Damien. "He told you not to do anything." "But I was successful," Severus replied. "And if I would have waited then he would have gone insane." "There is no guarantee that he's not at the moment," Poppy said quietly as she trained her wand over Damien. Severus stared at her, the color seemed to have drained from his face. "No," he shook his head. "He's not." "Open your ears, Severus." She said she wasn't sure, Lucius said impatiently. "We have to wait until he wakes up to see," Poppy told Severus solemnly. "Which might be a while. He's been through so much pain that I can't believe his mind and body isn't completely crushed already. His mind needs a chance to heal itself a little before he can wake up or he will be insane for sure," she explained. Severus stared at Damien wordlessly. Lucius began pacing back and forth, deep in thought. He turned to Severus, who still was very pale, and sighed. "I believe you asked me a question." He tried to sound bored. Severus glanced up at him but said nothing. Lucius went on. "I turned spy after the Dark Lord killed Cassandra," he said quietly. "He didn't need to kill her. She was a pure blood and all, but she didn't agree with our ways, so he tortured and killed her." He turned away from Severus's shocked gaze. "I helped torture her. I was afraid that he would think of me as a betrayer if I didn't, even if she was my sister." His eyes glazed slightly as he said very quietly, "I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive myself." He swallowed and turned back to Severus, his expression indifferent. "I went to Dumbledore because I knew she would have wanted me to. She had tried to convince me so many times to ask Dumbledore to work as a spy, but I always declined." "Then why did you put the Imperius on me? Why did you make me?" He couldn't finish. "I wasn't a spy back then," the buddy responded, his composure regained. "I was loyal to the Dark Lord at that time." Severus scowled at him. "It's not like you weren't ever completely loyal to him either." Lucius snapped at Severus's look. "Actually, I never was," Severus replied crisply. "I was forced by my father." "You were not," Lucius smirked. "You try to deny it all the time with that excuse, but you just won't accept that you made a mistake. You joined to impress your father, he didn't make you." "He was going to in a couple of months," Severus defended. "But he still didn't make you join at that moment," Lucius countered. "We have more important matters to be talking about other than the past," Severus snapped. "The past is the past and there's nothing you or I can do to change it. We both made a mistake." Lucius snorted and turned away with his arms folded arrogantly across his chest. "Severus, don't you ever listen to what I tell you." Dumbledore sighed as he strode into the hospital wing with Draco. Severus flushed and Lucius smirked. "I wasn't just about to let my son die, Albus," Severus said coolly. "Damien is wanted," Dumbledore told the man as he sat down in a chair beside Damien's bed. "How long can we hide him until the Ministry does another search on Hogwarts?" "I don't want to think about that right now, Albus. I just wanted to get him out of there," Severus said tiredly. He thought that he saw a flicker of amusement flash in Dumbledore's eyes. "Is he going to be okay?" Draco asked quietly as he eyed Damien's pale form. No one answered him for a moment. Then Poppy spoke up. "We're not sure yet, Mr. Malfoy. He needs to wake up on his own before we can see if he's alright mentally." Draco nodded and glanced at Severus quickly. "Professor?" he asked him. "Yes, Draco. Why was Damien in so much pain when the Dark Lord was close to him? He was under the Cruciatus. What do you expect? No, not when he was being cursed. Before you came, he looked as if he was in pain whenever the Dark Lord was near." Severus blinked and looked over at Dumbledore. "Well, is there something wrong with him? Does that have anything to do with the potion he took before that one meeting before Christmas?" Draco asked curiously. He had his suspicions, but he just wanted to make sure. "This isn't really the time to talk about this, Mr. Malfoy," Dumbledore said patiently. "Why, what are you hitting?" Draco demanded, though not harshly. What is so secret about Damien? Is he sick, or is it something else? Draco, Lucius warned, though he looked curious. This isn't the time. The boy looked at his father and huffed in annoyance. He had been very curious about Damien ever since he had punched him in the nose. Damien was so Slytherin and yet so Gryffindor. As much as Draco hated to admit it, he could tell that Gryffindor would have been a good house for Damien also. The boy was so loyal to his friends and, as far as he had seen, was pretty brave when it came to defending his friends or his father. But along with that, Damien was also very Slytherin. He was cunning, that was for sure. You had to be cunning in order to be a spy for the Dark Lord. He also seemed to seek to be the best, or to stand out individually. It was like he wanted to be the best, but he didn't want any attention for it. Damien had always been a rather mystery to Draco, even though he'd known him now for about 5 months, but he felt as if he had known him longer. Damien reminded Draco of someone, but he couldn't put his finger on who. Well, either way, when a Malfoy wanted something, they got it one way or another, and Draco was going to find out what the big secret about Damien really was. He had a feeling that he wasn't going to like it. His mind felt like a whirl of noise and confusion, and he felt as if he were falling into a pit of darkness. A dull ache registered in his muddled mind and he thought of nothing. Like a big, blank void, that's what his mind was. It was too pained and worn out to register anything else. Thinking only seemed to send a fresh wave of aches through his battered brain. For an instant only, a brief flash of color flitted through his mind, a brief picture and memory. Someone's face flashed through his mind briefly before it vanished again, and he suddenly wanted to see the face again. His mind desperately reached out for any source of color or life in his reminiscence. Once again, the face flashed weakly in his mind, lingering for a bit before slowly beginning to fade away. He panicked and frantically grasped any piece of the memory he could get. He needed something, anything to focus on. Damien finally managed to grasp the visage, concentrating on the features of the person, trying to comprehend who it was exactly, and what the person had meant to him. It was a girl, with red hair and chocolate brown eyes that seemed to twinkle at him. She was smiling at him, teasingly, lovingly. But who was she? It drove him crazy to stare at the pretty face and not be able to understand just who this girl was. Obviously she was special to him, since he felt a strong sense of love for her. Then, he remembered, as he continued to stare at the smiling face, the information behind her seemed to slowly bleed into his mind, and he immediately drank it up. It felt as if he was dying of thirst and the spigot was only turned on enough to drip a little water on his parched tongue. Ginny. It was Ginny. He suddenly remembered her, everything about her, every moment they had spent together. It all seemed to come crashing down upon him so hard that he felt slightly alarmed by the sudden rush of information. Yes, he loved her. He had known her for years. And along with her came Ron, and Hermione, and then Draco and Pansy, and his father, and then Dumbledore. He could remember. He could everything, everyone. He remembered what had happened. He had been sent to Azkaban, and then Voldemort had gotten him out, only to be tortured mercilessly by him. His father had tried to save him. Had he succeeded? Were they still being tortured? Were they safe? Was he even alive? Damien stirred slightly and a fresh wave of physical pain washed over him, causing him to gasp. Immediately, he felt someone's hands clamp onto his wrist. He jumped, trying desperately to shake off the hand as memories of being tortured by Voldemort consumed him. They had him. They were going to hurt him, torture him, kill him. He had to get away. He had to escape. He remembered the pain, the unbearable, excruciating, never-ending pain. It wouldn't stop. The Cruciatus and the potion. They were going to hurt him again. They were going to torture him again. He had to get away. Damien squirmed under the tight hold and let out a loud muffled yell of fear and pain. The hands immediately let him go and he heard someone talking. He could hear. Someone was talking to him, soothing, comforting, soft, gentle. He was okay, he was safe. They weren't going to hurt him anymore. He was in Hogwarts. Damien relaxed slightly, his breathing returning back to normal as he lay still, enjoying the sensation of being free, of being not in pain. A relieved sigh escaped from his lips and he settled himself back down before allowing his mind to go blissfully blank once again. Severus, you are going to starve to death if you don't get something to eat, Dumbledore told the kneeling man quietly as he eyed the sight before him with a slight smile. Severus said nothing as he remained by his son's side stubbornly. I am not going anywhere, he told the older man curtly. Dumbledore sighed and turned away, whipping out his wand to summon a tray of sandwiches and pumpkin juice. At least eat, he set the tray down beside the potion's master. You won't be able to see him wake up if you die from not eating enough. Severus scowled at the man, hating to admit that he was right. He grudgingly took a half of a sandwich of the tray before taking a small bite. Dumbledore smiled approvingly before finally leaving the hospital wing. Severus was grateful. Damien had stirred a bit yesterday morning and Severus was almost positive that he would wake up soon. He wanted to be there for Damien when he did. Ever since he had come back from the Riddle house, he had stayed by Damien's side the whole time. Draco and Lucius were now in the Grimmauld place due to the fact that they were wanted, and the curtains around Damien's bed stayed shut so no passerby or nosy student could peek in. The most annoying part though, in Severus's opinion, had been that of two Weasleys and a Granger who were persistently trying to find a way to sneak in the hospital wing at night to see Damien. According to Severus's calculations, they had tried to sneak in an approximate of at least twice a night since they had gotten wind, Draco had owled Pansy, of Damien's return. Each attempt had failed miserably and the stubborn little whelps couldn't comprehend the fact that no matter how many times they tried to come to the hospital wing each night, Severus was still going to be there. Potions had been cancelled for the last few days and students were gleeful. Severus would sometimes catch a bit of conversation from an injured student such as a third-year Gryffindor, who had been talking to his friend about how he learned potions better when they didn't even have a class. It took all of Severus's self-control, as well as a few looks from Poppy, to keep him from strangling the arrogant brat, which reminded him strongly of Sirius Black. Thinking of Black turned his thoughts back to his son. Severus blinked out of his daze and looked back at Damien, nearly having a heart attack when he found those green eyes open and staring at him. Severus opened his mouth to say something but found that he couldn't. Damien looked at him blankly for a couple of minutes before saying simply, "Hello." "Hi," Severus began uncertainly, staring into those blank eyes that didn't seem to be taking in anything that they were seeing. "Damien." Damien blinked and slowly looked around before returning his gaze to Severus. "You are my father, aren't you?" he whispered as if embarrassed that he didn't know. Severus felt something akin to a bomb go off inside him. He suddenly felt as if everything was crumbling. Damien didn't remember anything. The Cruciatus, though it hadn't made him insane, had caused him brain damage. Does he remember anything? Severus thought helplessly, and after so long of sitting by his son's bedside, hoping that the boy would recover, it all seemed so pointless now. Damien was gone. He was dead on the inside and any previous memory or personality that Damien had possessed was now lost. He suddenly wanted to leave. He mentally berated himself. He couldn't leave Damien by himself at a time like this. The boy had absolutely no idea who or where he was. It would be cruel, something that a real parent would never do. But as he continued to stare into those blank eyes, completely devoid of Damien's usual spark of life, he couldn't help but keep the option open. "Yes," he answered finally, his voice sounding weak even to his own ears. "I am your father." Damien blinked and looked around. "Where is this?" "The hospital wing," Severus replied quickly, glancing around uneasily. He really wanted to leave. "It's very clean," Damien said uncertainly as he frowned in confusion at the vial of potion. "Is that medicine?" he asked innocently, staring at the common potion known as the pepper-up potion. "Yes." Severus's voice was short again. He shifted uncomfortably. "Do you know what your name is?" he asked fearfully. "Of course I do," Damien said breezily. "I'm Harry Potter and I thought my parents were dead. Aunt Petunia tells me so all the time." The childlike tone of voice was very obvious and Severus felt his insides turn to ice. "How old are you, Harry?" he whispered. 10, of course," Damien smiled, clearly happy that he could now answer these questions. Severus stared at the boy in horror, feeling his heart give a twinge of pain. He suddenly couldn't take it anymore and stood up, stumbling slightly, and ignored Damien's nervous questions as he made his way out of the hospital wing, feeling lightheaded and dizzy. He doesn't seem to remember anything beyond the age of 10, Poppy sighed unhappily as she watched Damien eye the chocolate frogs that Dumbledore had brought him with awe. Dumbledore frowned. Did you see Severus? I thought he would be here when Damien woke up. Damien looked up from staring wide-eyed at a picture of Armando Dippet. Who's Damien? He asked, biting a chocolate frog hesitantly. Poppy and Albus stared at him for a moment. I will explain later. Damn, I mean Harry. Dumbledore chuckled slightly. Severus wasn't here. Damien was calling for someone when I walked in, Poppy answered Dumbledore's earlier question. The brain damage isn't permanent, is it? Dumbledore asked nervously. Poppy looked slightly scandalized. Of course not, Albus. She exclaimed. It is his brain's way of healing itself, that is why he doesn't remember everything at first. He really does have all of his memory intact mentally, but it is too much of an overload for him to remember it all at once. Don't worry, it will come back in bits. How long do you suppose will it take? 2 days at most maybe, Poppy replied nonchalantly. He'll be fine, but I still wonder where Severus is. Is he that pale man with long, greasy hair and a hooked nose? Damien asked. Dumbledore held back a snort and Poppy threw him a glare. Yes, he is Harry, Poppy answered. Was he here when he woke up? Damien nodded, now biting off the tip of a licorice wand. He asked me a bunch of strange questions like what my name is and how old I was. He paused and took another bite. He seemed awfully angry about something when he left though, and he didn't even say goodbye. Dumbledore sighed. The door creaked open hesitantly and Ginny Weasley cautiously peered in. Damien, she shrieked upon seeing the familiar green eyes open again. She hurried in and threw herself on him, absolutely bawling. Miss Weasley, Dumbledore began softly. Damien's eyes widened and he jerked out of Ginny's grip quickly. Excuse me, do I know you? He asked quietly. He was sure that he'd never seen this red-headed girl before. Then again, he didn't know many older kids, especially not any cute 15-year-old girls either. He felt affection for her though he didn't know why. She seemed familiar, and when she looked back up, her brown eyes were narrowed slightly. Don't joke around, Damien, this really isn't the time, Ginny murmured quietly as she reached out for him again. Something was up though, and she knew it. Damien would never joke around like this, she was sure of it, but at that point in time, she truly didn't care. All she wanted was to do was throw her arms around him again and never let go. Damien backed away again, looking slightly afraid. Damien, Ginny asked slowly. She glanced up at her headmaster, who was looking away from the two. Professor W. What's wrong with Damien? Dumbledore regretfully turned his gaze on her again. I'm afraid that Damien has a temporary case of amnesia. Only temporary though. Ginny stared at him as if he had grown another head. Amnesia, she whispered in a disbelieving voice. Only temporary, Dumbledore reminded her quickly. How long? A couple days at the most. Ginny swallowed and glanced back at Damien, who was now avidly chewing a Bertie Bott's jelly bean. His green eyes were filled with interest as he tried to make out the taste in his mouth. This tastes like snow, he declared finally. I think, he added. It might be ice, but it's almost like it tastes cold. Isn't that weird? I never knew that jelly beans had these kind of flavors. Damien sounded excited and Ginny couldn't help it as her heart gave a twinge. She had never seen Damien so innocent. This was before his uncle had started abusing him and before he had ever heard of the name Voldemort. Briefly, Ginny wondered what Damien would have turned out like if he had retained his childlike innocence through all of this. She made a disagreeable noise in the back of her throat. No, that wouldn't work. It was impossible for Damien to not lose his childlike innocence that many of their classmates still had. A little, at least. It was impossible for Damien to survive what he's been through without maturing faster than all of them and hardening. She knew that if Damien really did still have his innocence, then he would be her Damien, the real one, but it was nice to see Damien as he would have been when he was younger and less mature. She wondered what it would have been like for Professor Snape to raise Damien. Would the man have put up with Damien's childlike naivety? Probably. It was obvious that Snape cared about Damien only like a father could. Especially when he had gone right against Dumbledore's orders and risked his life to save Damien, which Ginny knew she would be eternally grateful for. "What's your name?" Damien asked as he eyed a green bean with suspicion. Ginny replied with a sigh, but she wasn't going to leave. She wasn't going to abandon Damien even if he didn't recognize her. She would be with him until he was recovered, and no one, not even the headmaster, would vouch against that. "That's a nice name. Thank you." Ginny glanced up at Dumbledore, who was watching the two of them sadly. "How old does he think he is?" she asked softly. 10, Dumbledore muttered. "So he doesn't even know of the wizarding world?" Ginny exclaimed in surprise. Dumbledore hushed her and nodded. Damien eyed the bean for a couple of moments before carefully nibbling it. He immediately spit it back out into his hand. "Spinach," he exclaimed, sounding disgusted. Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Why don't you get some rest, Damien?" he asked gently. "Not sleepy." Damien bit on a red bean, which turned out to be fruit punch flavored. "But you must be," Dumbledore insisted, his voice still gentle. "You have had a very trying recovery." "But I just woke up," Damien whined. "Damien, get to sleep," an appeasing voice said from the doorway, and Severus walked in. He looked weary and tired, looking a lot older than he really was. Damien looked up at his father, a bit uncomfortable and cautious. "That's my father," he informed them quietly. Ginny and Dumbledore nodded. Severus flinched slightly at the uncertainty in his son's voice. "Yes, Damien, we know," Dumbledore continued in that annoying voice he only used with small children. Normally, Damien would have scoffed at the tone for being treated like a child, but this Damien was a child and he merely shrugged. "Miss Weasley, go back to your dorms," Severus commanded. The redhead shook her head stubbornly. "I'm staying here with Damien." 20 points from Gryffindor. Severus sounded tired. "Now, Miss Weasley, please go." Ginny blinked at the second to last word but held strong. "I want to be with him when he regains his memories." "That may not be for a couple of days, Miss Weasley," Dumbledore said softly. "You need to go to classes tomorrow." "I don't care. It is your 5th year, Miss Weasley, and you do not want to get behind. Your owls are coming up in a couple of short months." Dumbledore stopped at the look she gave him. "Now, Weasley, or it will be 50 points, Severus snapped coldly, obviously wanting to be alone with his son. "You may see him in the morning, Miss Weasley," Dumbledore continued in that serene tone. No buts, Miss Weasley, now go." Dumbledore's tone was firm this time. Ginny glared at the two and gave them a scowl that would make Voldemort proud before standing up defiantly and marching out of the wing as if she had been sentenced to boot camp. "Why were you mean to her?" Damien asked quietly, breaking the silence. "She was really nice to me and she wasn't hurting anyone. We are her teachers, Damien." Severus's tone softened as he turned to his son. "She has classes tomorrow and she needs to get to bed, as do you." "I don't have any classes tomorrow though," Damien murmured. "You still need to get in bed." "I am in bed." Damien grinned impishly at Severus with a look that said, "How are you going to get out of that one?" Severus felt a pang in his heart as he stared at the innocent eyes. How he wished that he could have raised Damien and watched him go through his different stages of life. How he wished that he could have seen Damien truly so innocent and pure. Severus swallowed. "What's wrong?" Damien asked curiously. "Why are you sad?" Severus shook his head and glanced at Dumbledore, who stood up. "I need to be going, Severus," Dumbledore said. "Tomorrow morning he may remember more, we can only hope so." Severus nodded wordlessly and Dumbledore put a hand on the other man's shoulder. "It will be all right. He will be all right." Dumbledore paused and looked hesitant as he glanced at Damien also. "He will begin to remember his first years at Hogwarts, of course, so do not be alarmed if he wakes up and regards you as he did when he was 12 or 13. Severus shook his head slowly. "You are saying to not be alarmed if he wakes up tomorrow hating me?" His voice sounded weakened. Dumbledore nodded, his expression somber. "It will be all right," he said again. "He will remember. Just keep an open mind." With that, Dumbledore swept out of the hospital wing, leaving Severus to his 16-year-old son with a mental state of a 10-year-old. "Doesn't he remember me from yesterday though?" Severus asked quietly as he glanced back at Damien, who was now surrounded by his friends and talking to them heatedly. Poppy shook her head sadly. I'm afraid not, she sighed. He probably gets a brief flash of a man that looked similar to you that he met when he was 10, but you must remember, he only had the mind of a 10-year-old for a couple hours, so he wouldn't really remember much of you supposedly 2 years later. Severus nodded. I knew he was going to hate me, but I would have at least thought he'd remember me from yesterday. He looked forlornly back at Damien. I still don't get why Snape always insists on sticking around here, Damien huffed with his arms folded as he glared at nothing in particular. Ginny glanced at Ron and Hermione and sighed softly. He cares about you, Damien snorted. Last I heard, he tried to get Ron and I expelled for coming to Hogwarts in that flying car. He grinned at Ron. I thought we would be expelled for sure. Ron forced a smile. Yeah, well, we weren't, he muttered lamely, obviously not used to Damien with a 12-year-old mind. Ginny glared at him before returning to Damien. Oh yeah, Damien said to Ginny. I've been meaning to ask you. Did you get sorted into Gryffindor? Ginny winced but nodded as she glanced at the looming figure of Damien's father. You sure have grown since last year, Ginny, Damien murmured, eyeing Ginny up and down. Ginny blushed, Ron frowned, and Hermione giggled. I think you three should be getting to class, Severus said as he walked over to them. Your next class starts in 5 minutes, he informed them. Hermione nodded and picked up her bag. Yes, we need to be getting to defense, come on Ron. She gave Damien a quick hug and walked away with Ron. Ginny looked as if she wanted to hug him, but stopped at the confused look on his face. She retreated and sighed. This Damien didn't know her at all. This Damien was only 12. After bidding goodbye, she regrettably left also. Would you like some lunch? Severus offered. Damien scowled at him and sniffed. Why are you being so nice to me, Professor? He snapped, obviously miffed. I thought you hated me. Severus winced but sighed. Just eat. Damn Harry, he said and set the tray that he had been carrying down on the table. Damien continued to glare at him as he cautiously picked up a sandwich. He sniffed it experimentally as if convinced that it was poisoned before glancing once more at Severus and finally taking a bite. Severus's heart ached as Damien glared at him in hatred again. This was definitely going to be a long day. Severus watched him eat and thought amusedly, at least he hasn't looked in a mirror. He quickly frowned though. He was going to hate to deny the boy seeing black once he remembered him. Why can't I see Sirius? Damien asked Dumbledore. The older wizard sighed and saddened. I've told you, Harry, he is in hiding, remember? Harry swallowed and bent his head. Yeah, he paused for a moment and frowned. Wait a minute, I thought he was on a mission. Dumbledore blinked. How much did Damien remember? Harry, he began cautiously. How old are you? Damien stared at him. I'm 15, he said slowly, eyeing Dumbledore as if he were mad. Why? No reason, Dumbledore said quickly. A little too quickly in Damien's opinion. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What do you think of your new defense teacher? Dumbledore asked cautiously, wanting to know exactly how much Damien knew. Damien made a face. No offense, Professor, but she's a horrible teacher. She said that Cedric's death was a freak accident. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Do you know what occlumency is? Damien nodded at once. Yeah, does it really have to be Snape that trains me? Why can't you do it? And why have you been avoiding me all year? Dumbledore smiled mentally. At least Damien was finally starting to regain all of his memories. I am sorry, my boy. I have been unusually busy this year. Damien nodded in understanding, though some hurt was evident in his green orbs. Dumbledore winced mentally. Had Damien really been that affected by he not talking to him? My first lesson is tomorrow night, Damien said miserably. Dumbledore blinked out of his daze. I apologize, Harry, but what did you say? I said my first occlumency lesson is tomorrow, Damien shivered. Dumbledore sighed again and comforted himself with the thought that Damien would soon be himself again. Severus braced himself for what personality Damien would wake up with next. He really wanted this whole thing to be over. Miss Weasley along with Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger had come down at least 4 times a day in the past 2 days. Even Miss Parkinson had tried to visit Damien, but she couldn't, unfortunately, since she didn't know of Damien's true identity and Damien would most certainly give it away. Severus had received a total of 3 letters in the last 2 days from Draco Malfoy asking of news on Damien's health. It warned him to know that there were so many people who were waiting for Damien to recover, people who really loved him. Damien groaned and stirred slightly. Severus peered at his son's face curiously and mentally braced himself as well as the green eyes fluttered open slowly. Damien stared at him in confusion for a moment before he said in a slurred, tired voice, "Severus." Severus smiled slightly. "Hello, Damien." Damien frowned. "Who? Oh yay, that's me, isn't it?" Severus nodded slowly. Damn. The boy still didn't have all of his memories back, but at least he didn't hate him. "What is the last thing you remember?" he asked gently as he helped the boy up. Damien stretched leisurely. "I remember falling asleep in your private rooms after that horrible occlumency lesson we had." Damien shivered and Severus blinked. "After we made up from that fight." Damien looked at him oddly. "Yeah," he said slowly and Severus nodded. Damien suddenly shot up. "What time is it?" he asked. "I need to get to my classes." He made to get out of bed but Severus held him back. "Relax, Damien, you don't have to go to classes." "And why not? It's not the weekend," Damien exclaimed and Severus chuckled slightly. "Calm down. There are more important things than your grades." Damien arched an eyebrow. Coming from a teacher. Severus merely smiled at him. "Just get some rest, okay?" Damien scowled in a perfect resemblance of his father before flinging himself back onto the pillows. "Fine, but if I fail a class because of too many absences, I'm blaming you." Severus looked up from his book as Damien stirred and groaned in his sleep. He carefully set the book down and stared at the face as it shifted between sleep and pain. A stray piece of hair fell into Damien's eyes and Severus absently reached out to brush it away. At the touch of his cool hand, Damien's eyes fluttered open awkwardly, unfocused and confused. Damien's breathing increased rapidly and he jerked. "Dad," he beeped in a slurred voice. Severus immediately grabbed one hand. "I'm here, son," he whispered. Damien groaned again in pain as his breathing evened out. The green eyes focused on Severus. "Dad," relief was evident in the voice. "Are you all right? What do you remember? Are you in any pain?" Severus asked worriedly. Damien shifted and sat up. An instant later, he had flung his arms around his father's neck, squeezing him tightly as if he were afraid Severus would disappear if he let go. "I was afraid I'd never see you again. I saw you when Voldemort was." He trailed off and shivered in his father's arms. "I remember you holding me and telling me everything would be okay, but I thought it was a dream, but now I know that it wasn't and I couldn't remember you. I couldn't remember anything and I tried to, but everything was so hazy and," he rambled thoughtlessly. Severus held the boy to him, savoring the feeling of his son in his arms that he had taken for granted before. He listened to Damien talk, merely listening to the voice, welcoming the sound he thought he'd never hear again. He felt relief wash over him like never before. Everything was going to be okay. Damien was safe. Damien was alive and well. Everything was going to be okay. "It's okay," he interrupted the panicked murmuring. "I'm here and I swear that I will never let anything happen to you like this ever again," he whispered, rubbing a hand up and down the boy's back. Over his shoulder, Damien pondered on his father's statement, feeling touched by it but knowing that it was an impossible task to be completed. "This is bad." "You've said that. This is very bad." "Yes, I know. This." Okay, we get the point." Dumbledore chuckled softly. Damien folded his arms and scowled at the headmaster. "And just what is so amusing about this, may I ask?" Severus asked coolly from the chair at his son's bedside. Nothing, Severus." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled for the first time in days. "I was merely thinking of how the two of you are so much alike." Damien didn't know how to respond and settled on keeping the scowl planted on his face. "Will you get your head out of the clouds?" Severus snapped. "We have 3 supposed Death Eaters that have escaped from Azkaban, 2 of which who are hiding in the Order's headquarters, might I remind you." He sneered at Dumbledore's serene expression. "And we have absolutely no idea what to do with the other." "I'm sitting right here, you know," Damien spoke sharply. "We are well aware of that," Severus said lazily. Damien bristled. "Well, stop talking as if I'm not." "Calm down, Damien. I don't think it will help your healing process." Dumbledore sounded cheerful. He became serious. We need to act quickly. It is only a matter of time before Voldemort makes it known that Draco and Damien are no longer in his possession. The first place they will look is here. Severus nodded wordlessly. Damien shifted uncomfortably, an idea coming to him. He pondered on it for a moment before shaking his head. No, he didn't want to do something as extreme as that. It took him a moment to realize the familiar prickling sensation in the back of his mind. With a startled gasp, he quickly occluded his mind, turning to look right into Dumbledore's clear, blue eyes, but it was too late. "What an excellent idea, Damien!" Dumbledore exclaimed cheerfully. Damien let out a growl of annoyance in the back of his throat. "Will you keep to your own mind?" he snapped irritably. Dumbledore smiled calmly. "One must learn to always be aware, Damien, even in times of peace." "What is it, Albus?" Severus interrupted swiftly. Damien folded his arms and sat back, glaring at the old man in front of him. "I won't do it," he told the smiling face bluntly. "We'll see about that, Damien." Dumbledore's voice was still peaceful. Damien almost cringed in disgust. How could someone manage to remain too serene? "You can't make me." "Make you do what?" Severus interrupted again, obviously getting miffed at being left out of the conversation. "I can't make you, but your father can." Dumbledore's smile widened. "Which I'm sure he will. It is the only choice we have and the only way to keep you safe." "Why can't I just go into hiding like Draco and Mr. Malfoy?" Damien asked wearily. "You know you can't, Damien. Your schooling is far more important than that of the young Mr. Malfoys, and you know why," Dumbledore responded sternly. "Would either of you care to inform of what you are talking about?" Severus growled irritably. Damien sneered at the headmaster and remained silent. "Well, Damien here came up with the idea of recasting the glamour over himself to look like Harry Potter once again and, coming out of training," Dumbledore smiled. "I'm rather surprised I didn't think of it myself." "I did not want to do that," Damien snapped, his eyes flashing. "It just crossed my mind and I wasn't going to say anything until you invaded my privacy again." "Wait a minute," Severus spoke up. "When I first found out that Damien was my son, you told me that there was no possible way to recast the charms." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Ah, yes, and now look at the two of you. Why, if we had recast the charms, then you two wouldn't be where you are now." "So we could have just recast the charms to begin with?" Severus asked through clenched teeth. "Why did you lie to me?" "Now, Severus," Dumbledore tried to reason. "You know as well as I do that had I told you the truth, then you would have suggested recasting the charms of Damien instantly, and then you two would still hate each other." His expression softened. "I did what I had to, and it turned out to be the best thing that's happened to the two of you." Severus scowled. "You should have been a Slytherin." Dumbledore chuckled. "So I've been told." Damien was watching the two of them silently. Dumbledore turned back to Damien. "I am sorry for invading your privacy, Damien, but I knew that you were thinking of something." He smiled again, but undoubtedly too stubborn to say anything. "That's because I didn't want to," Damien grumbled, his arms still folded in a carbon copy of his father. "Why, Damien?" Severus asked softly. "You need to be safe, and if this is the only way—" "But I don't want to be Harry Potter anymore," Damien muttered quietly. He looked into his father's eyes. "I want to be your son." Severus's gaze softened considerably. Dumbledore cleared his throat and spoke carefully. "Sometimes, we have to make sacrifices to protect ourselves and the ones we love, even if those sacrifices are hard." Damien lowered his head in resignation. "Then where will Damien Snape be?" he asked quietly. "As far as the wizarding world knows, with Voldemort," Dumbledore answered immediately. "And as far as the Dark Lord knows, in hiding somewhere," Severus added. Damien looked up. "Won't Voldemort be suspicious of Harry Potter just popping back up?" "Maybe," Dumbledore said slowly, pondering on this. "It is a possibility, and a risk that we will have to take." He turned his wizened gaze to the boy in front of him. "We need to keep you safe." "I know," Damien muttered. "Without me, Voldemort wins. I'm the only one who can defeat him." "Do you honestly think that is the only reason why we want to keep you safe?" his father asked incredulously. He grasped both of Damien's shoulders firmly, gently forcing the boy to look at him. You are my son, Damien, and, he swallowed and continued almost cautiously. And I love you. Damien stared at him in shock. Sure, he had always known, but his father had never actually spoken those 3 words out loud. The only other people he had heard it from was Ginny and Hermione, but their declarations had been for, in Ginny's case, a passionate kind of love, one between that of a husband and a wife, and, in Hermione's case, a love between 2 friends, like the love a brother and a sister felt for one another. Both had been a different love than his father felt for him. It was a paternal love, one that he knew that someone was looking out for him, that there was someone out there who would protect him and comfort him in a way that Ginny and his other friends never could. I love you too, Dad, he spoke unsurely, as if afraid that his father would sneer at him for such sentiments. Severus smiled, a true, genuine smile. One that Damien rarely saw on his father's face. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I wish I had a camera. Oh, bugger off, Damien muttered, and the old man chuckled. I just want what's best for you, Severus said, pointedly ignoring Dumbledore. I want you to be safe. Damien looked at the ground and started slightly when he felt a hand gently forcing his head up to meet his father's eyes once again. Please, Damien. Damien stared at the begging expression on his father's face and let out a breath he hadn't known that he'd been holding. Fine, Harry, it's so good to see you. Hermione flew at him, catching him in a bear hug as she nearly squeezed the life out of him. Damien, or Harry again, grinned and embraced her tightly also, taking caution to play the part. Ron gripped his shoulder briefly. Good to see you again, mate. How was your training, Harry? Neville Longbottom asked nervously. Harry shrugged one shoulder, hard, his tone suggesting that the subject should be dropped. I bet you're some kind of super wizard or something now, Dean Thomas winked at Harry. Gonna kick Draco Malfoy no. Or maybe you could just do us all a favor and turn him into a nice, white ferret permanently. Seamus Finnegan suggested cheerfully, and they erupted into laughter. Justin Finch Fletchley nodded. The ferret finally got the guts to actually go groveling to you-know-who. Yeah, Colin Creevy piped up. The dark mark was found on his forearm along with that git, Damien Snape. Just be glad you didn't come early enough to meet him, Dean went on. Woo, that kid was messed up. He appeared to have his houses confused and seemed to think he should act like a Gryffindor. Harry's eyes clouded slightly and the atmosphere cooled a little. Yeah, have they caught Malfoy or Snape yet? I didn't get the Daily Prophet. Seamus shook his head solemnly. Not yet, mate, but it's only a matter of time before the Ministry catches them. He smirked. I always knew that Snape was a Death Eater, but Snape Jr. didn't seem to have enough guts to be one. His smirk turned to a sneer. I don't get why they don't just lock up Snape as well before he takes his wand out and blasts us all. He wouldn't do it under Dumbledore's nose, Justin reasoned. You know Dumbledore would kill him if he did. Let's not get our hopes up though, came another voice from behind Harry, but he didn't turn to see who it was as everyone, save a few, chuckled at the comment. Harry grit his teeth and furiously clenched his right fist. Calm, just be calm, he told himself as he focused on staring straight ahead. Dean grasped his shoulder briefly like Ron had. I got bad news though, mate, he sounded angry. Snape Jr. got to Ginny before you could, you know. Harry blushed furiously, seeing red in his vision. He wanted nothing more than to turn around and curse every single person, bar Ron and Hermione, that was now crowded around him, except maybe Neville, who had remained silent after his careful question. Oh darn, he spoke calmly, though his voice dripped with sarcasm. He pulled himself out of the crowd around the Gryffindor table and strode out of the Great Hall quickly, never even looking up at the calls that rang out to him from his classmates. Harry burst out of the hall and immediately ran into his father, or Snape now. He glanced up at the man and cleared his throat nervously, giving a meek, sorry professor, as he watched the man guardedly. Snape sneered at him. 5 points from Gryffindor for purposefully running into a professor. He snapped and Harry inwardly winced. I didn't purposely run into you. Harry yelled furiously after his retreating back as he spotted Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil watching them curiously from the staircase. Snape froze and slowly turned back to him. That will be 10 more points for talking back to a teacher, he said calmly, glaring at the two girls on the staircase. "Next time you make a pathetic attempt such as this one to show off, I suggest you try to control the urge." Harry seethed outwardly as the man strode away while Parvati gushed about how powerful he must be now. Inwardly, he snorted. "Oh, this is going to be fun. Tell me, Wormtail," a cold voice demanded as long, pale fingers trailed the front page of a newspaper. "Why is it that Harry Potter and Damian Snape have never been at Hogwarts at the same time?" The front page read, "Harry Potter comes out of hiding at last." The smaller man shuddered from his place on the floor beside a large chair that was perched in front of a roaring fire. "I don't know, my lord." His voice shook with terror and the man in the chair seemed to take both pleasure and annoyance in that. "You truly are pathetic," he hissed quietly, as if it were a common thing to be said. The smaller man flinched and murmured nonsense to himself. The other ignored him. "Then tell me this, Wormtail, where is Damian Snape? Or can your minuscule brain not put two and two together like a child could?" The man in the chair spat. The smaller form shivered. "In hiding, my lord?" he asked cautiously. The caution quickly morphed into fear. "Crucio." The curse was issued so carelessly and the smaller man known as Wormtail let out a shrill wail as he squirmed piteously on the floor. After a couple minutes, the screams faded away as Wormtail lost his voice and the man in the chair chuckled darkly before lifted the curse. "Can you not answer a question as simple as this right?" he sneered. "I don't even understand why I tolerate your presence. You are not smart, you are a coward, and you possess no specialty or any strong magic whatsoever." Wormtail shifted uncomfortably, trying desperately not to think about the wizard's debt he owed to one Harry Potter. If his master occluded his mind and found that information, he'd be dead where he stood. He already was on bad terms with the Dark Lord compared to all the other Death Eaters. He knew he was by far the worst one, but he didn't have anywhere else to go. Dumbledore wouldn't accept him, that was for sure, and he was dead to the wizarding world. "You really don't understand, do you?" Voldemort sneered at his shaking form. "Damian Snape is Harry Potter. Did you not see the way Damian reacted when I was close to him?" By the time Damian Snape was introduced, Harry Potter had already gone into his training, and by the time Harry Potter comes out of his training, Damian Snape is supposedly in hiding. He paused for a moment and rose from the chair, pacing furiously. "How could I not have seen it before?" he growled, angry with himself. "Only a fool wouldn't be able to make this discovery." He smirked. "And it appears that nearly the whole of the wizarding world are fools." Wormtail thought on this information. Did that mean that Harry was really Snape's son? Or was it just an act? He thought back to his school days and remembered Lily Evans. She had been in love with James, that was for sure, at least by their 7th year, that is, but before that, in their 6th year, Lily had befriended Snape. He blanched, but would she really sleep with him? The thought made him gag, and he instead decided on thinking about how they could use this to their advantage. "Perhaps, my lord," he began fearfully, shrinking back when his master focused those red eyes on him. Maybe it would be to our advantage if we informed the Ministry about this little discovery." He trailed off, bracing himself for another cruciatus. It didn't come. Voldemort frowned on that information and pondered. "It would be," he admitted thoughtfully. "Damian Snape did break out of Azkaban and is labeled as a Death Eater," he smirked ruthlessly. "And he is now on the most wanted list, or so I've heard." A chuckle. "What irony. The wizarding world is going to help me destroy their savior." Valentine's Day was coming up. It fell on a Sunday that, conveniently enough, was on a Hogsmeade weekend. So it was Saturday that Harry, Ron, and Hermione were found bundling up, due to the most recent snowfall, and lining up with their other classmates in the entrance hall as Professor McGonagall and Filch checked them off. "I want to do something special for Ginny," Harry told them as they made their way through the almost knee-high snow. Hermione frowned. "You know that's going to be hard, considering that she's with Damian Snape." She glanced at Harry. "Maybe you should just get her something special. I'm sure she'd love that." "Get her some chocolate frogs," Ron told him smugly. Harry and Hermione stared at him. "What?" he asked defensively. "Everyone likes chocolate frogs and Valentine's Day is supposed to be about chocolate." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Honestly, Ron, Valentine's Day is not about chocolate. It's about expressing how much you care for someone and you are supposed to get them something special, something that comes right from the heart. She threw him a sidelong look. Chocolate frogs do not come from the heart and it's a terrible gift to give someone special to you on Valentine's Day. Ron flushed. Guess I'll have to get her something else, he muttered so only Harry could hear. Harry chuckled as they approached the 3 broomsticks. There really is nowhere to buy anything special, though, is there? Harry asked. At least not here. Ron looked uncomfortable. You two never use your eyes, do you? Hermione huffed as each of them ordered a butterbeer. Zonko's, Honeydukes, and the 3 broomsticks are not the only shops around here. There are dozens more. You two just never want to look anywhere else except for Zonko's and Honeydukes. I never thought we were allowed to wander that far, Ron murmured as they sat down at a table by a window, butterbeers in hand. I don't see students go down that far. Well, you wouldn't now, would you? Hermione sipped her butterbeer. The only shops students are interested in are candy and joke shops. No one really has any use for the other ones unless they need to buy a gift for someone. She took another sip. The merchandise in the other shops is pretty expensive. Let's try them next then, Harry spoke up quietly. His mind wandered slightly as he pondered on the dream he had had a couple weeks ago. He knew it was Voldemort related, because he had woken up with his scar burning, but he couldn't remember what it was about. Whenever he tried, his head just pounded more. Harry sighed, hoping that it wasn't too important, but knowing that the hope was futile. There was the familiar ding of a bell, telling them that yet another person had entered, and Harry glanced over, only to duck out of sight 2 seconds later as Rita Skeeter and Cornelius Fudge walked in along with a couple other wizards in ministry robes. Hermione and Ron scooted their seats over until they were properly blocked from view by a short sign informing the customers of the day's special. The ministers' group settled themselves in a table close to Harry, Ron, and Hermione's, and huddled together, talking in low voices and not even bothering to order a drink. Hermione scooted her chair a tiny bit closer and Harry also moved closer. What are they talking about that's so important? Hermione whispered, eyeing the hated minister. I don't know, Ron whispered back. But I'm going to find out. He then fished out 3 flesh-colored cords from his pocket. Hermione gasped. You still have those? Yeah, Ron grinned. Fred and George sent me a couple for Christmas. He handed an extendable ear to Harry and Hermione before putting one in his own ear. Sent me a letter just last night, Rita was saying, her eyes alight with excitement, wishes to remain anonymous. Now, hold on a minute, Fudge held up a hand. How do we know that this person isn't just trying to? We don't, Rita interrupted impatiently, but that's just the thing. Think about it, Minister. All the facts in the letter make perfect sense. One of the other ministry wizards nodded in agreement. Fudge frowned and was silent for a moment. If this is true, he said slowly, then we must inform the wizarding world immediately. Another wizard nodded. Yes, Minister. Children's lives are at stake here. Then it's settled, Fudge agreed. Rita smiled deviously. This is going to be our best issue yet. They stood up as one and exited the bar in a flurry of snowflakes. Harry sat up in his chair again and looked questioningly at his 2 friends. What was that all about? Hermione shook her head as Ron tucked the extendable ears away again. We'll probably find out soon, knowing Rita Skeeter, Ron muttered before turning to Hermione. Why couldn't you just keep her in that jar forever? He asked dryly. Hermione sighed as they stood up and also exited the 3 broomsticks. Harry stretched as he slowly opened his eyes, feeling rather more rested than he usually should in the mornings. He frowned at the sunlight that was pouring cheerfully into the dormitory. He sat up, putting on his glasses to notice that he was the only one in the dorm. I would have at least thought that Ron would wake me up, he thought tartly as he made his way to the bathroom. He glanced hesitantly at the mirror, frowning at the reflection. He remembered briefly when he would have given anything to see this face in the mirror a couple months ago. Now, it just felt so abnormal. Harry avoided the reflection as he dressed himself and ran a hand through his once again unruly hair. It took Harry a minute to remember that it was Valentine's Day, but he still couldn't help but feel a little irritated that Ron didn't wake him up. Harry hurried down to the common room, finding it empty too. He frowned again. There should be at least a couple of people in the common room. It was never empty except during the welcoming and leaving feasts. He opened the portrait only to run almost headfirst into Ron and Hermione, who were opening it on the other side. "What?" Harry began, but his two friends grasped his arms and pulled him back into the common room, forcing him into a chair. "What are you doing?" Harry snapped, as they released him. "Why didn't you wake me up? Where is everyone?" He glared at both of them. "You really don't want to go out there, Harry," Hermione said quietly, looking slightly nervous. "Why not?" Harry folded his arms, looking from Ron to Hermione. "What's going on?" Ron glanced uneasily at Hermione. "Here, mate, read it." He held out the Daily Prophet. Harry stared at it for a moment before taking it with a rising feeling of trepidation. He unfolded it and read the front page. "The boy who lived a Death Eater. A continuous war has been going on between you-know-who and the rest of wizard kind," writes reporter Rita Skeeters. "One alliance that has filled people's hearts with hope is that of the boy who lived, who has defied the Dark Lord 4 times, more than any other wizard, except for Albus Dumbledore, has managed. But has anyone ever wondered why the boy who lived has always escaped unscathed? Could it be that he is the one destined to defeat him? Or could it be the well-known factor that the boy is a Parseltongue? The ability of a Parselmouth, which this reporter is sure everyone is well aware of, has always been a mark of a dark wizard, yet the whole of the wizarding world continues to blindly believe that this boy is still for the light. We have recently received news from a loyal citizen that wishes to remain anonymous that Harry Potter does indeed have the dark mark on his left forearm. Not only that, but the belief has been going around that Harry Potter is indeed not a Potter, but a Snape. Damien Snape was recently labeled as a Death Eater in training when the dark mark was found on his forearm and was sentenced to Azkaban. He, along with Draco Malfoy, were the only two who escaped out of Azkaban when the Death Eaters attacked it a couple weeks ago. Snape and Malfoy's whereabouts are still undetermined. The recent claim that Harry Potter is in fact Damien Snape has been taken into account, due to the similarities in the boys' ages and due to the timing of Damien Snape's arrival at Hogwarts and Harry Potter's leave. Why has Harry Potter suddenly returned after Damien Snape's escape from Azkaban? Minister Fudge has assured the press that these claims will indeed be investigated, and for the time being, let us hope that our savior hasn't turned his back to the wizarding world. Harry felt his fingers go numb as the paper floated soundlessly to the ground. He felt as if his insides had turned to ice. He was numbly aware of Ron and Hermione talking quietly to him. He blinked, not comprehending what either of them were saying. How is everyone taking it?" he whispered, interrupting them. "Well," Hermione looked uncomfortable. "We walked in and Neville sort of forced the paper into our faces and then we came here." Harry swallowed the rising lump in his throat as he picked up the paper and scanned it again. "These claims will indeed be investigated." He read and glanced at his two friends. "Does that mean he's going to come here?" Hermione shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. I don't know. How did they see the mark?" Harry whispered, his eyes automatically flying to the mark on his left forearm, which was covered by the sleeves of his robes. "I haven't worn anything but long-sleeved robes, there's no way they could have seen it." They said nothing. The portrait opened and Harry jumped in surprise, his hand automatically flying to his wand. Ginny hurried in and shut the portrait securely before turning to look at them, her face pale. Harry let out a breath that he hadn't known he had been holding as relief spread through his veins. "Ginny?" he asked quietly, feeling contented at the sight of her. He really hadn't seen her for a while. Ginny walked over to him and hesitated, before throwing her arms around him. How did they know?" she asked in a loud whisper before drawing back and staring him in the eyes. "Who told them? How did they?" "Ginny, relax and breathe," Ron ordered as he gripped her shoulders and gave her a small shake. Her face immediately morphed into one of rage and Ron paled, snatching his hands away as if he'd been scalded. Even Harry backed up a little as her face reddened. "Relax," she exclaimed as if it was the most aberrant thing in the world. "You want me to relax when the wizarding world has just found out that Harry is really Damien Snape? Or did you forget that Damien Snape is labeled as a Death Eater? Or maybe you didn't bother reading the rest of the article to find out that the Ministry is going to check Harry for the dark mark which, by the way, is burned into his forearm. It all seemed to hit Harry with full force then, and he suddenly felt as if his legs had turned to lead as he dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach and letting out a nauseated groan. "I really don't feel so good all of a sudden," he croaked, imagining that his face was also turning white. Ginny and Hermione dropped down on either side of him and both put a hand on his back reassuringly. "It'll be okay," Hermione told him softly. "We'll get through this, we always do." "Yeah," Ginny agreed, her mouth curving into a weak smile. "And you know that Dumbledore would never let anything happen to his dear, golden boy." Harry wanted to believe the two of them, but a voice kept constantly ringing out in the back of his mind that nothing ever went right for him and that this was no different. If that was true, he told the two girls a bit more crossly than he meant to, then why did Dumbledore let them take me to Azkaban and, better yet, why was he against trying to save me from Voldemort? Hermione sighed. "Harry, he couldn't risk it, you know that. It all turned out all right in the end, it always does." "Yes," Harry snapped, feeling rather angry all of a sudden. "Everything does turn out all right in the end, besides that fact that someone is usually dead." Ginny and Hermione jumped at his sudden exclamation. They exchanged uneasy glances with Ron, and Ginny turned back to him. "Look, Harry, you need to stop looking at the negative side of things." Whatever else she was about to say was abruptly cut off as the portrait practically flew open. Harry, nausea suddenly gone, dove behind the couch, but not fast enough to escape the sight of the three intruders. Professor Snape, Dumbledore, Lupin. Hermione looked at them uncertainly. What a pleasant surprise. "Hush, you stupid girl," Severus growled as he filed past her. Harry stood up, looking at the three professors in confusion. "Dad?" he asked faintly. It was Dumbledore who answered him. "Harry, we need to be quick about this. I am sure you have read the latest article in the Daily Prophet due to your absence from breakfast." Dumbledore paused as he looked at Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Weasley, Miss Granger, you all need to return to breakfast," he told them gently but firmly. "But," Ginny began, and Severus cut her off. "Now, Weasley," he looked in a very sour mood this morning, though no one could blame him for once. "You may raise suspicion from your rather abrupt exit at breakfast," Dumbledore told them. "We can't risk any suspicion that anyone here at Hogwarts besides Severus knew that Harry is really Damien." They hesitated before nodding in almost perfect unison. "Okay," Hermione said uncertainly as she glanced at Harry. "We'll see you later, I hope." Ginny and Ron nodded also before they turned to leave. Ginny lingered for a moment as she threw Harry a meaningful look before she left as well. "All right," Dumbledore turned back to him again, his blue eyes devoid of any twinkle. "As I said, we need to be quick about this. I do not have any doubts that Fudge wants to get this investigation of you, Harry, over as soon as possible, which, unfortunately, could mean in a couple of minutes at the least." Harry drew in a sharp breath, his heart skipped a beat and his eyes darted to the nearest exit, as if expecting Fudge to suddenly storm through the door. He would then go to Azkaban, with the Dementors, his mother's screams, Cedric and Sirius's death, Vernon beating him, Voldemort torturing him. Harry felt a shiver trail up his spine. He didn't know if he had the strength to stay sane if he was sentenced to Azkaban again. Dumbledore seemed to sense that, apparently, as he quickly went on. "We need to get you out of here as soon as we can. If they see the dark mark on your forearm, you will be sentenced to Azkaban most certainly at the very least." Dumbledore shook his head in dismay. Severus seemed to take it upon himself to voice the question that had been running through Harry's mind. "And at the very most, Albus." Dumbledore paused, staring at Severus and Harry for a moment before sighing and murmuring in a dejected voice, "The Dementor's kiss." Harry stumbled slightly as he remembered Barty Crouch's soulless body in the hospital wing during his 4th year. His eyes had been so blank, there hadn't been any life there at all. He started as he felt a hand weigh upon his shoulder and didn't need to look up to know that it was his father. "We will get you out of here, Damien," Severus told him firmly. "I swear to you, one way or another." Harry swallowed and nodded his thanks as he refocused his attention back to Dumbledore, who had been waiting patiently. "Severus and Remus will escort you to Hogsmeade, where you will be able to flow to the Grimmauld place. We will take it from there." Dumbledore explained heavily. It isn't a very fail-safe plan, but it is the best we have as of now. Harry nodded and saw Remus do the same out of the corner of his eye. He felt a small pang in his heart as he stared silently at the werewolf, feeling rather guilty for barely talking to Remus all year. He had been too preoccupied with the discovery of his father and Ginny and Draco and Voldemort. He really hadn't even thought much of Remus, not even during Dada. His guilt seemed to multiply 10 times as he thought of how pained Remus must be from Sirius's death, and Harry hadn't even given him the time of day all year long. It took Harry a minute to realize that Remus was staring at him. He turned and their eyes connect, and Remus seemed to understand the guilt he was feeling. "It's all right," Remus told him, walking over to put a hand on his shoulder. Harry shook his head. "No, it's not. You've had a lot to deal with this year, what with being sorted into Slytherin and keeping up your profile," Remus smiled weakly. "And you had a father to get used to." Harry lowered his head. "About that, I'm very happy for you, Harry," Remus interrupted gently, causing Harry to look up. "And Sirius would be too, even if he thinks your father is a bit of a git." He threw Severus a sidelong glance, who sneered. Harry smiled slightly. "Thanks. Now," Dumbledore went on, clasping his hands together, "you two need to avoid the Great Hall as well as the entrance hall at all costs." But Harry thought about the secret passageway that led to Honeydukes' cellar. "You do not need to go near that, Harry," Dumbledore told him, much to the confusion of Severus. "You will, undoubtedly, be wanted now, especially if you ran away from Hogwarts to avoid being checked for the Dark Mark. You need to avoid crowded places, such as Honeydukes." "How did you know?" Harry squawked, looking appalled. Remus snorted softly and Harry whirled around, glaring at him. "You told him, didn't you?" Remus shrugged. "In your 3rd year, when I thought Sirius was still guilty, I had to tell Dumbledore where all the secret passageways on the Marauders' map were." Harry scowled at him. "Goody goody," he sneered. He felt confused when his heart didn't give out a rather noticeable twinge at the mention of Sirius. In fact, he hadn't really mourned much about Sirius for a long time. Harry shook his head and dismissed it as another thought occurred to him. "Why can't we use Hogwarts flow? And if I need to stay out of sight, then why are we going to Hogsmeade?" "The Ministry cut Hogwarts off the flow system early this morning before the paper came out," Dumbledore explained. "And you, Remus, and Severus will be traveling on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, to the Hog's Head, where not many customers are." Harry glanced at his father with a feeling of trepidation. Severus nodded to him, as if mentally reassuring Harry that he was there. "Do you understand, Harry?" Dumbledore's voice rang through his ears. Harry hesitated, staring at his hands for a moment before giving a small nod. "Yes, sir." "Hush, you stupid werewolf. You're the one being so loud, Severus. Will you both shut up?" Harry snapped as they made their way down the stone steps. His father turned to glare at him but said nothing. The 3 of them were currently making their way out of the castle by the most unnoticeable way possible. They were using the outside corridors, which were rarely used during the winter. Harry shivered, pulling the invisibility cloak around them tighter as the wind picked up. Snow was falling silently onto the frozen ground below. As they reached the bottom floor, Harry couldn't help but think that it was harder to hide 2 adults and a teenager under the cloak instead of 4 teenagers, as he had once attempted. What made it so hard was that his father and Remus seemed to be going different speeds, with Harry stuck in the middle, and he felt as if he were being pulled in 2 directions. "Not so fast, Severus," Remus growled as the cloak started to uncover him. He grabbed it and snatched it back to his side, nearly tearing it in the process. "You've got plenty of cloak, Lupin," Severus hissed back as he yanked the silky cloth toward him. "Stop it, you two, you're going to tear it," Harry said angrily, grabbing the cloak with both hands in order to even it out. "There, now you both are covered." "Well, if Lupin wouldn't go so slow," Severus began. "Dad, please," Harry murmured. "Would you two stop acting like children, at least until we get out of the castle?" The 2 men fell into silence after that. Harry sighed in relief and held the cloak tighter. As they neared the grounds, the sound of chatter from the Great Hall could be heard clearly. Harry winced and almost stopped breathing as he spotted Fudge marching up to the teacher's table. He heard his father curse softly from behind him. "We need to hurry," Severus said quietly, eyeing the minister with ill-concealed hatred. They quickened their pace. "Won't they notice your absence, Remus?" Harry asked nervously. "They'll know you had some connection with me." The werewolf shook his head. "No," he muttered bitterly, "as far as they know, I am currently in my office, preparing for the upcoming full moon." "It's tonight." "Yes, unfortunately," Remus whispered. Harry gave him a meaningful look before his father pushed him forward. "Don't stop," the man told him. "I know," Harry growled back as he stared at the nearing dark forest. As they entered the outskirts, Harry gratefully shoved the cloak off, feeling cold air wash over him. "Here," Remus said gruffly, flinging his cloak over Harry. "Thanks," he muttered, smiling at him. A sudden commotion broke out from behind them. Harry turned around to see ministry wizards, aurors, and teachers all flooding out of the great hall. "Time to go," Severus said quickly, grabbing Harry and shoving the cloak in his hands. "Go," he told him. Harry blinked. "What? You heard me, Damien. Go," Severus told him firmly. "I'll hold them off. Go to the Hog's Head and flow to headquarters. Draco and Lucius will be there." "No," Harry yelled. "They'll kill you." "No, they won't." "Then do you want to go to Azkaban? Do you?" Harry shook his head furiously. "I'm not leaving you." "Go, Harry," Severus snapped, using Harry's first name. "Now." But he was abruptly cut off as Remus grabbed his arm and started to pull him deeper into the forest, down the path toward Hogsmeade. "No," Harry shouted desperately, kicking against the werewolf. "Let me go, Remus. I'm not leaving him." "Harry, we need to go." Remus tightened his hold and pulled him with more force. Harry stumbled. "I'm not going to lose another father." Harry yelled frantically. "I'm not." But Severus had already drawn his wand and was approaching the edge of the forest. He was going back in the direction of Hogwarts. "Take care of him, Lupin," he told the werewolf. "If anything happens to him, I will personally kill you." "No," Harry screamed, yanking with all his might against Remus's vice-like grip. "Let me go. Dad, don't leave me, please." Severus looked back at him. "Go, Damien," he whispered. "We will see each other again, I swear." Harry froze, which allowed Remus to pull him towards Hogsmeade. His father's face faded until they were too far away to see him. Harry dropped to his knees, feeling the beginnings of a panic attack. "Harry," Remus crouched next to him, grabbing both shoulders and giving him a small shake. "Harry, listen to me. Severus knows what he is doing, all right. He is a very powerful wizard, he can take care of himself." "He's going to die," Harry whispered in a small voice. "And it's all because of me." "Harry," Remus snapped forcefully. Harry blinked and looked up at him. "We have to keep going. He would want you to, Harry. He loves you." Harry stared at him for a moment. A loud bang sounded, not too far away. He stood up and tried to run toward the sound. Remus grabbed his arms, holding him back. "Dad," Harry yelled, then to Remus. "Let me go." "Severus is right," Remus mumbled. "You do have to get over this hero tendency." His tone was slightly amused and Harry knew the man was trying to cheer him up. "How can you say that?" he snapped, seeing red in his vision. "He could be dead right now and it's because you wouldn't let me go." Remus flinched and sighed. "Do you honestly think it would have helped Severus had you been there, Harry? You would just be in the ministry's custody, which would only cause him more pain." He paused and continued to drag Harry in the direction of Hogsmeade. "You underestimate how Severus can be. He went to Voldemort even when the monster knew he was a spy and escaped with you." Harry ignored him and continued to struggle. He landed a flailing kick in the werewolf's stomach. Remus hissed in pain, his grip weakening, and Harry took that opportunity to break free. "Wait," Harry heard Remus gasp. His heart was pounding in his ears as he forced his exhausted legs to run. A moment later he heard a soft, "Immobilis," and fell unceremoniously to the ground as he felt invisible cords wrap around him. Harry let out a yell of fury as he struggled vainly against the tight bounds. Remus turned him over. "Please, just follow me. I don't want to do this to you, Harry." Harry narrowed his eyes but said nothing. Remus sighed and waved his wand, freeing only Harry's legs. Gently, the werewolf helped him off the ground but kept a tight grip on his shoulders to keep him from running again. Harry felt fury building up in him at each step he took towards Hogsmeade, away from his father. How could Remus do this? Did Remus want his father to die? Did Remus want him to be alone again? He felt his vision blur with anger and concentrated on taking in one breath after another. Hogsmeade was abandoned when Remus and Harry approached it, and Harry actually felt his anger melt into curiosity. Hogsmeade was never abandoned. Where were all the cheerful people? It was Valentine's Day, it should be more crowded than before. But they didn't see another living person. The only movement in the abandoned village, besides them, came from the wind that was blowing gently, stirring snowflakes up from their resting point on the ground. Remus tightened his hold on Harry, his amber eyes scanning the abandoned streets. Harry glanced through the windows of some shops and thought he saw a couple of people, but when he looked again, they were gone. "What the hell?" Remus whispered, his eyes darting around frantically. "Remus, what's going on?" Remus opened his mouth to respond but was abruptly cut off as a loud "Crucio" broke the eerie silence. Remus's eyes widened as he immediately shoved Harry to the ground, the curse just barely missing them. A moment later, the empty street was filled with black-clad figures with white masks. Harry felt his heart skip a beat. Why hadn't his scar burned? Remus muttered a quick, finite incantatum, and yanked the now unbound Harry off the ground. "Wand out," he shouted. Harry didn't need to be told twice. "Idiot, you should have waited for my orders." A shrill voice rang out. Harry recognized it immediately, Bellatrix Lestrange. Remus shoved Harry behind him, pointing his wand at her. There were about 7 Death Eaters, all forming a wall in front of them. There was no escape. "Harry," Remus hissed quietly. "Go, you're not going anywhere, traitor." Lestrange purred, her eyes glittering insanely from behind the mask. "Once a Death Eater, always a Death Eater, and your lord wants to see you, Potter." Remus shoved Harry in the opposite direction of the Death Eaters. "Run! Crucio!" 5 voices shouted at the same time. Harry let out a yell as they all connected on Remus, who fell to the ground, screaming. Remus's screams rang through Harry's ears and he felt raw hatred rise up inside of him. Lestrange lifted the curse and signaled for the others to do so as well. "Give up, Potter. You are one of us now. Go, Harry," Remus whispered in a raspy voice. Harry stared at him for a moment before turning and raced in the direction of the 3 broomsticks. He had to get them away from Remus. Several voices rang out different curses, but Harry didn't look back to see, nor did his brain register what exactly the curses were. He kept running, his legs ached, his lungs burned. Distantly, he heard a loud "Imperio" sound above the other curses. Harry fell to the ground and saw the curse shoot over him. Unfortunately, he had ducked into a cruciatus. The curse, he numbly thought, hurt much more than he had remembered. It brought the memories of his torture from Voldemort, making it sear through his skin 100 times worse. A ragged scream burst from his lips, as he felt hot knives stabbing into him over and over again. His vision tunneled, his brain fogged, and finally, miraculously, the pain stopped. Harry crumpled on the ground, panting, his throat aching from the screams. His eyes were blank with memory, and suddenly, he was back in the Riddle house, alone, with Voldemort. He was cold, though his body was numb, and he could feel aches rippling through him each breath he took. "Harry." Remus's warm eyes met Harry's and his vision cleared, his brain slowly catching up to his eyes. Remus," he whispered, surprised on both accounts that he could talk and how raspy his voice sounded. What happened?" Remus smiled earnestly at him and gently helped him up. Harry rubbed his eyes and stared at the now crowded town. The Aurors from Hogwarts were there, fighting with Death Eaters, and Harry noted with relief that the Aurors outnumbered them easily. He could already see 3 Death Eaters tied and bound. "We need to go," Remus whispered. Harry realized that both he and the werewolf were shaking, courtesy of the cruciatus. Harry nodded and, with the aid of Remus, stood up, stumbling slightly. He carefully took the invisibility cloak out from his pocket and shakily handed it to Remus. "Avada Kedavra," a shrill voice screamed suddenly from very close to them, too close. Harry saw the flash of green light igniting from the wand, the rushing sound echoing through his ears. It all seemed to go in slow motion. One moment, Harry was staring at the light that was quickly approaching, wondering if the curse would kill him since he had to be killed by Voldemort, and the next, a body was flung in its path. Everything then seemed to go so fast. There was a loud rushing sound, the blinding flash of green light, and Harry was grasping Remus's limp body. The weight was suddenly too much for his dazed body and he collapsed to the ground, Remus's body beside him. Harry froze for a moment before he realized what had just happened. "Remus!" he yelled, grasping the body. "Remus! Remus! Wake up! Please wake up! I'm sorry, Remus, I'm so sorry!" Harry screamed as if his screams would somehow bring Remus back to life. Harry felt the hot tears pouring down his cheeks, dripping onto Remus's body. His body. Remus was dead. Remus was dead. He was dead. Dead. Dead like Sirius. Dead like Cedric Diggory. Dead. An ice-cold feeling formed in Harry's stomach and it felt as if someone was holding a pillow over his face. He tried desperately to breathe, but it felt as if he were breathing in concrete. No, this couldn't be happening. This was a dream. And Harry was going to wake up from it and go to see Remus and apologize for not visiting him at all this year, and Remus was going to smile and say it was okay and they were going to have tea and everything was going to be fine, and Remus would be alive. A howl of agony met his ears. It took a moment for him to realize that it was him. He was yelling incoherent, unimportant things, just yelling. Yelling so loud that his lungs burned, his throat ached. But he didn't stop yelling. He couldn't. Not when he ran out of air, not when his throat felt as if it was going to collapse, not even when he felt a pair of hands grasp his shoulders, yanking him away from Remus. Harry took in a couple of frantic breaths, though didn't receive any air. He let out a feral scream, lashing out madly as he tried to get free, to get back to Remus. He clawed at anything he touched, bit anyone he could get his hands on, flailing his limbs out wildly, not caring that he bruised anyone he hit. He could feel other hands gripping him, trying to control his flailing, but he retaliated by biting any hand that tried to touch him, not even knowing if it was his own father that was trying to calm him. He thrashed like a wildcat and didn't stop until he felt a sharp sting in his neck, followed by a feeling of being stupefied. He was paralyzed. Harry panted heavily, lying there helplessly as the oars lifted him and shoved him into a dark carriage. He once again heard the bolt lock solidly after they shut the door, cutting off any light. The tranquilizer hadn't worn off and Harry couldn't prevent himself from rolling onto his face as the carriage started to move. He was alone, all alone. There wasn't even Draco here with him. Harry tried to swallow but found that he couldn't. He couldn't even blink. His face was already wet with tears and his eyes started to sting. Only one thing registered in his broken mind: Remus was dead. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, trying to forget the fact that came back, no matter how hard he tried to forget it. Remus was dead. His eyes opened again. The blankness that once resided there was gone, instead was determination and something else, something that had never been there before. A shadow seemed to shine in his once bright and innocent eyes. A shadow that had the capacity to form into darkness. Nothing mattered anymore. Remus was dead, and he swore that Bellatrix Lestrange would join him at his own hand. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.